Hello, everybody, and welcome to Rosecolt Origins 7 Weeks, a very special stream. If this is the first stream you're seeing from us, that's wild, and welcome. I'm hoping it's not. Not that it's gonna...
It's a good start, though.
It's a great time. There's just usually, more of us here, but, it's okay. Anyway, hi, welcome. Let's start as we normally do with announcements and introductions that are going to take way less time, because, again, there's only two of us. Hi! I'm James. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames. You can also find me on Instagram, Twitter, and Tumblr at TTRPGay. I'm on the lot. They just can't get rid of me. I keep showing up, hacking in, and staying. I forgot the rest of my introduction, and that's I'm not your DM today. I'm playing Rose of the Oaks, and I'm very excited to be here. Jess, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Jess. That was Luna. You can find me on the internet at Seriously on pretty much every platform except for Tumblr, I believe, which is Jess Brett. We're not going to talk about why. I'm also not the DM today, so this is going to be a fun little game, huh? But I will be playing Tennant Rosecolt. Surprise, surprise.
Hell yeah! Let's do a couple of announcements while we're here. I'm going to preface these by saying we are pre-recording this, so if anything has changed, it's not my fault. However, as far as I know, and hopefully we'll have a weird fun editing overlay here in case anything did change, this Saturday be sure to tune in for the very first episode of All Is Not Frost, a small-scale tale set in a barren winter tundra. It's going to be a great time. We've got some great guests on board. No Prolane this Sunday, unfortunately, but we will be resuming our Gothic horror campaign next Sunday. And also, be sure to tune in for Tales from the Hearth Starfarers exactly a week from the day you're watching this, if you're watching it when it premieres, which is on Wednesday. I'm a little biased, but it's a great time. I DM that one. Come on by. If anything has ever changed, you can follow us on Twitter at Starlight Tales _. We tweet every week with all of our channels coming up, as well as very special announcements. It's a great time. Also, be sure to join our Discord if you want to yell at us about any of the totally normal, painful conversations we have during today's stream. Great little community. We'd love to have you join if you haven't already. Also, be sure to follow us on TikTok at Starlight Tales, on YouTube at Starlight Tales. I think technically we're Starlight Tales YT on YouTube, but don't hold me to that. If you type in Starlight Tales, we'll come up. Any other social media that I've forgotten?
Well, we do have a fun new social media platform.
Oh, yeah?
Segue games. Yeah,
Thank you. Tell me all about it. I want to know.
I actually will. I'm really hoping that you guys watching this know this already, but in case you don't know, Starlight Tales is now live on Patreon. We officially launched yesterday. In the future, but yesterday, as of this stream. So if you would like to support our stream and the very queer, very magical stories that we create over here, please consider joining our Patreon, one of our 3-tier options, and you can access everything from exclusive playlists, character Pinterest boards, secret world building lore, original writing, character sheets. We do monthly live streams, and just so much more, and including exclusive one-shots and exclusive streams like this one. So if you watch today's stream and you enjoy, maybe hop on over to Patreon. Also, if you join our Patreon during the month of January, its first month live, you will be granted access to an exclusive, brand new Starlight Tales zine, which is a specially curated collection of fan art, of short stories, and just lots of other wonderful art from our very own cast members. It's a beautifully, done PDF zine, which I think you guys will love. So you can access that for free if you join Patreon in January. I highly recommend checking it out. Not that I'm biased.
Not at all.
No, not at all. So if you love what we do, and you want to see more, go over to patreon.com/Starlight Tales, or it will be linked, I expect, down here and in all of our link trees. But yeah, very exciting announcement going into the new year, huh?
For one, I'm very, very excited. And I'm not at all biased because creating the Patreon allowed us to do the very silly, goofy thing we're about to do.
It's going to be very silly, goofy. It's also going to be so much other things. I, for one, can't wait. So with that, let's delve into Rosecolt Origins 7 weeks.
Welcome back. We missed you. I cried. It was a whole thing. Let's dive on in. So, We begin in a part of space known as the Lovers. 2 galactic systems, one of smoke and shadow, the other of vibrant life. Both somehow dramatically different and perfect mirrors of the other, but together bound by the cords of fate forever. More specifically, we begin on a small planet called Everglen, known for its vibrant life and strange magic. At this point in history, Everglen is divided into 7 distinct courts, 1 for each of the 4 seasons, 2 for dawn and dusk, and finally, positioned in the center like a crown jewel, the Oaken Court, where the proud and regal royal family of Everglen calls home. Ambrose Oakes has been king of the Feywild for as long as anyone can remember, leading both his kingdom and his family with a firm hand. In fact, many might speculate that not even the galaxy's bravest would dare to be anything but perfect under Ambrose's icy gaze, but that isn't quite true. Not anymore. For just under a year ago, Ambrose's only child with the late Queen Astra fled the Oaken Court. Of course, many have speculated what could make the once golden daughter of the Oaks leave behind the many delights and privileges that come with being a princess at court. But whatever the case, we find her now here, in a small, quiet house seated comfortably on the edge of the border between the Spring and Oaken Courts, covered in blooming ivy and surrounded by lush forests and sprawling flower fields. Intentionally shut away from the world, they are alone. Or so she thinks. In fact, unbeknownst to all but one, as Lady Roisin of the Oaks prepares to settle in for the evening, there is a stranger lurking in the shadows just outside, waiting for the right moment. One that will change the course of both of their lives for good. So, Roisin is a very lithe figure. They are in Eladrin, currently in winter. This long, silvery white hair that almost seems to be covered in a faint layer of sparkling frost. All of the flowers within, which are snowdrops and crocuses that also seem to just have a thin layer of ice around them. She's wearing kind of like one of those roughly just killed my husband kind of robes, tied tight. There are bags under her eyes. And they are walking very quietly through this house, almost like a ghost in the house that her mother was in once upon a time. Seemingly none the wiser to the fact that somebody's outside. And I'd love to hear about that somebody.
Well, that somebody happens to be someone you know quite well, but not yet. Outside is Tennant Rosecolt. They are a grey-skinned tiefling covered in very poorly done tattoos that spread from chin across their torso, down their arms. Every visible bit of skin has some kind of crudely done black work, vaguely pirate-inspired tattoo. They have these burning orange eyes and this grey-silver hair that is pulled back into some kind of slutty man bun with this dark undercut. And they are wearing pretty simple clothes, just like a billowing white blouse, 2 tight pants, a myriad of jewelry, and a dark coat. And currently they are scaling the side of this house up to the topmost bedroom window. And I'd love to make a little stealth check about it.
Hell yeah, I'll make a little perception check about it, just for fun.
Please do.
Oh, I rolled so good. Rose of the Oaks, I would do anything for you. What'd you get?
How good'd you roll?
I got a 21.
I got a 22!
Shut the fuck. Oh my god, we love to see it. Yeah, I like to think that, Rose is kind of like walking up the stairs in this like very beautifully decorated house. It's homey, but it's got that kind of like royal working too hard to be homey. So there are sections of it that are like, there's like probably a bust somewhere.
Like a royal show home.
Yeah. Exactly like that. But I think that like Rose is partway up the stairs holding this cup of tea and like stops. Doesn't hear anything, continues on their path. Has a weird feeling, but it's probably fine, right? Everything's fine. Everything's so normal.
Yeah, so normal. What room does Rose go into?
I think Rose goes into, at least is on their way to the like master bedroom in here. It's a fairly small house, but there's probably a couple rooms. But the master bedroom, which has this like big balcony kind of looking over the flower field in the back. Just to kind of like get ready to probably read a book and go to bed, but is like just outside the door. Is Tennant doing anything right before she comes in?
Tennant is like a fucking spider monkey, kind of wrap themselves into the climbing ivy of this house and is kind of hovering by the window, just waiting for like, I think they see Rose enter the room and waits for the moment that their back is turned before, like, they've already picked the lock on this window and slowly, like, silently opens this window and slips through. And I think as Rose still has their back turned to the window, he will just on silent feet creep up behind her, and Rose suddenly feels a hand over her mouth and the barrel of a pistol at the small of her back, and a click.
I think Rose has been like kind of perusing a small bookshelf in here, like very clearly looking for something to not really read, but kind of just stare at and flip the pages for the next couple hours before eventually giving up and going to bed. And has like one halfway out and just freezes and kind of like it turns their head a little bit to try and look at you. There's not like panic, but it's mostly confusion.
You just hear in your ear, "Don't scream." And then
you have your hand over,
and then the hand comes, and then the hand drops from your mouth.
Still kind of frozen, half pulling out this hardback book. They look at you and go, "I think you have the wrong room."
You're the princess, right?
I'm one of them.
His gun still pointed at you. He looks away as if he's racking his brain. Roisin.
Okay, right room.
Nice.
I'm kind of on the outs. Sorry, who are you? Why are you here? This is my first encounter with someone sneaking in my room.
Sorry, it's so rude of me. This is a kidnapping. Have you ever been kidnapped before?
Can't say that I have.
Okay, let me run you through.
Great, thank you.
So, I'm the kidnapper. I'm gonna take you to secure undisclosed location. You'll be very safe. Maybe we'll have some dinner. I'm gonna ransom you for something that I'm in need of. And then, as long as you don't try any funny business, because I will be able to shoot this gun quicker than you can do any magic. But I don't necessarily want to prove that to you. You'll be fine. And then I will go home and you will be returned here.
Right, yeah. The thing is, and I'm gonna like completely ignoring the fact that there is a pistol on me, just kind of like turn and pull out the book and like try to lower the gun a little bit. Just like I don't know. If you're trying to ransom someone, I don't know that I'm gonna be much help to you. I'm kind of on the outs. If you couldn't tell from the, not in the main house, not a lot of guards outside situation.
Yeah, I did wonder why there was only 2 guards. But, a princess is a princess.
I mean, I guess it's kind of a compliment, but not really. Sorry, what is it exactly that you're after? You said you want something. Is it just money?
Nah, I'm good for money, thanks.
I mean,
sorry, it's not usually part of the deal. I don't usually tell you what I'm. That's the person. Your dad, King Feywild, yeah?
King Feywild. Yeah.
Fine. Well then, there should be no problem.
Yeah, I just, I'm thinking if there's something that you're after that we could more easily solve than, the whole kidnapping bit.
Right. Sorry, are you negotiating with me?
I guess I am, technically, yeah. I just save us both the trouble,
Right.
I mean, is it dinner recommendations? Like what? I don't know what kidnappers are normally after if it's not money, so...
You're very interested. Dinner no, but if you have any, let me know.
I really just here... Oh, No, please, by all means.
After some specific magic.
Okay. Any particular kind? Just kind of.
Well,
I mean, I
you're
can.
Fae, so
Yeah,
you did some
aptly.
fuckery with, I know what's legend and what's not, but as far as I do know, you have some fuckery with, like, making deals and contracts, and
Yeah. That's
I guess
kind of the
that's
whole,
of interest to someone in my line of work, so
and
I'm
that is just kidnapping, or
sure. Professional
making a lot of deals with people while kidnapping them.
generally.
I mean, clearly you're making one now, something like it, so I guess so.
Sorry, you're very calm.
Yeah.
People are not usually this calm.
Kidnapped a lot of princesses?
I haven't.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Alright then, you want to know about Fae deals? How about I give you one? I'm on the outs. You want magic?
What does that mean? You're on the outs.
I don't think that really matters for our deal. Other than you got
Well,
in
if you're
here
on the
because there's
outs,
only
are
2
you
guards
able-
outside, and they're not particularly good ones.
They're not. They're dead now. Sorry.
Oh. Well, that's alright. I mean, they were... Yeah, we don't have to get into that. That's a problem for someone else, not for me. But, so listen, I'm on the outs. I want things too. Nothing that you can give me, really, except a ride to somewhere else that isn't here. And I have magic. You want magic. It could be much easier to just kind of, strike a deal, make it look like something else. Go our separate ways. I can also give you a lot of... I know you said you don't want money, but I can give you a lot of money.
You want to exchange magic and money for a ride? What kind of ride specifically?
One very, very far away from here. Preferably, have you heard a place called the Empire? The Elyek Empire?
Okay. What's a princess gonna do over there?
Does it matter for your business?
No, fair enough. It's a few weeks away.
Alright. What, do you have plans tomorrow? Got another princess to kidnap?
I can shuffle some things around.
Yeah. A lot of money. And magic. And I'll kind of like hold my hand out. And I'm gonna use minor illusion to kind of make it like seem like my skin is giving off just the faintest little bit of glow. Unless you're scared of Fae deals, that is.
They're pretty binding, aren't they?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, you wanted to know about them. Maybe the best way to learn is to be in one.
So you are gonna show me how this magic works?
I promise I will teach you just enough Fae magic if you give me a ride.
You're gonna have to put up with me on a ship for a while.
I mean, I'm quite used to putting up with difficult personalities, so I'm sure we'll find some way to coexist. Maybe I'll take one half of the ship, you take the other. We can figure it out.
It's not that big a ship, love, but difficult personality, hardly know.
I've never been on a ship before, so really, I mean, I wouldn't have a frame of reference for it.
Well, I can't really pass up an opportunity to show a princess around a ship for the first time, can I?
No? I mean, it's a big opportunity.
On the outs, what does that mean?
It means if you ransom me, you probably won't get what you're looking for.
Are you still a princess?
Yeah.
Just not a very highly regarded one anymore.
Let's say I am the kind of princess a king would rather marry off than make a queen. And I'd very much like to be a queen.
And you think the Elec Empire is somewhere to do that?
It's a good place to start.
It's your funeral, love. Holds out a hand.
I will shake your hand, and I'm gonna let that kind of like minor illusion continue, so your palm feels like really cold, and then it gets like pleasantly warm, and I'm gonna let that warmth kind of like go up your wrist a little bit. Kind of give it a shake. Yeah.
I got 3.
I didn't roll much better, but it's above a 3. I got a perception. 13.
Poetic roll.
Kind of give it a firm shake. And like smiles for probably the first time in days. Truly. It's a deal.
Okay.
All right. I need a minute to get my things together. If you want to frame it like a kidnapping, you can go, I don't know, tip over some furniture or something. I don't really know what it normally looks like. So leave that to you. Well, who are you, by the way? You never gave me a name.
Just made a deal with me without knowing my name.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem very Fae-like.
I mean, you don't need to know a name to know that if someone breaks a deal, there will be consequences. I know your face. That's what matters.
If I give you my name, does that give you some kind of Fae magic control over me?
Oh, yes. It gives me the power to know what to shout across the deck of a very small ship when I'm cross with you. So.
Can't wait. It's Tennant.
Tennant. Right. Lovely to meet you. First kidnapper I've ever met. I'm guessing you know my name, because you came here to kidnap.
Yeah.
Great.
Just like leans against the window frame, like arms crossed, like, if I kidnap someone, there's usually not much of a struggle, so I can just wait.
Okay. I mean, I think, well, I guess the guards are dead outside, that's a giveaway. Yeah, you know what? It's your business. I won't meddle in it. I'm gonna go pack some things. Yep. I don't know what... Yep. I'm just gonna, like, stare and then kind of just, like, put the book back down and walk out of the room in a very, like, did that just happen? Kind of days. I'll start packing the shit. Not a lot. Probably just, like, the violin and probably a couple books. And, I don't know, a couple outfits. And a lot of money. A lot of money. Probably, like, mostly individuals, but...
I was just gonna stay there with its arm crossed and kind of like walk back the last 5 minutes in his head, like that's just not how he expected that to go, but he's very interested.
Something.
And he just kind of like looks over at the desk and like picks up the book and starts like flicking through it.
It's definitely a bodice ripper.
Yes. Cool. That's where you find him whenever you walk back in.
Yeah, I think Rose returns with just like probably like just like a big old bag of like jewels that they're gonna use as money, and then just like a little, I don't know what a fantasy duffel bag is, like a fantasy princess duffel bag, but whatever that is.
Bag of holding.
Yeah, like just a cute little satchel bag of holding. I've also changed out of the divorcee robe because there's probably, better things to wear when you're being fake kidnapped. And I think they're just in like dark clothes, very clearly like finery. But but it's the closest thing she had, just like a black dress. Enjoying that, are you? You didn't strike me as the type.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Weird grammatical pattern. Do you mind if I keep this?
No. Feel free.
Cool. Would you rather take the front door or the window? Depending on how squeamish you are.
I mean, I've never climbed out of a window before, so... And I'm wearing a dress. Could be fun, though.
This is a night for firsts.
If I fall, are you going to catch me? Because... No. Okay, well then I might break a lot of my bones, and I feel like that's probably not good for the arrangement. Would you like to climb out the window? Is that part of your whole thing? Tennant?
Just like opens the window again and just like he disappears for a minute and you kind of wonder where he's gone and then like pops up again and like holds out a hand like, I won't let you fall.
Right. Okay. Yeah. He like walks up to the window, puts a hand on each side of it, and like just kind of looks at you for a minute and then like stretches to look down at the probably just like 2-story drop and then it's like, right, okay. Yep, I'm climbing out a window. It's midnight and I'm climbing out a window. And I'll just kind of like hoist the skirts off very carefully, start climbing down. Let's just for fun. Oh yeah, it's not too bad. I think there's a couple moments where like a foot slips. She goes, oh, okay.
There's immediately like a hand on your wrist.
Thank you.
And he's pretty much shadowing you as you both climb down.
Amazing.
This is the one and only time this pair is able to successfully
climbed
climb
anything. First and last, baby. Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as you hit the floor, Tennant does a quick sweep of the surroundings.
I think you can probably see off, like not super close because they're like the Monarch Estate is kind of more towards the middle, but you can kind of see like the Monarch Estate off in the distance with a couple guards, but nothing close. They kind of just left her here, so.
I think Tennant is like not unnerved, but is picking up on the fact that like there's really no one out here. And it's just kind of because like they're on very high alert and slowly realizing that he doesn't quite need to be. There's no barking of dogs. There are no shouts. This is a much calmer kidnapping than he is used to. And you can just see it on his face. He's just waiting for the other shoe to drop, but then rearranges his expression, looks at you with this kind of even, too smug look. You ready?
Yeah.
Offers out an elbow.
I think Rose like wait. Yeah, I think Rose like looks at it and kind of like looks them up and down in that very like, okay, well I'm a princess and you just tried to kidnap me. Just like a little haughty.
Just immediately drops the elbow and go, sorry. Curtsies very extravagantly. And then just about turns and starts walking ahead of you.
Rose cracks a little bit of a smile and then very quickly hides it, and I will follow after.
Okay. Yeah, like 2 thieves in the night, but only one of you's a thief. You make your way. This is like the dead of night. And Tennant, like he knows the place, which he shouldn't do, but unbeknownst to you, he's spent at least a week here, kind of casing the joint, as it were.
Let's see if Rose picks up on that.
Sure.
Yeah, I rolled really fucking good. I think you kind of see it in Rose's expression, like the way you like know when to duck behind something and like know very clearly are expecting like, you know, trees that are a little out of place in the train line and stuff, and just kind of like gives you a very like not critical but like understanding, fascinated look. It doesn't say anything about it.
He just returns it like it's a smug kind of like, yeah, like look at me. And yeah, we'll lead you back through the town and to the docks.
Yeah, I think Rose kind of like the docks come into view, and Rose, for the first time, like the facade kind of fully falls as you see them like looking up at the sails, and just a little bit of a smile. And sorry, this is a small one.
Oh, points down the docks. Your eyes move from this grand ship with these billowing sails that's just like probably needs at least 50 crew members to man it, and then points down the dock. And there is this, much, much smaller 2 to 3 person boat. It's very steampunk-esque in its design. It has these kind of like ornate sails, a small kind of like crow's nest, just like a smaller version of a pirate ship that has just a simple like a deck, upper deck, lower deck, and then you can see this like outcropping in the middle that you assume holds like the captain's quarters. And there's not even like a proper gangplank leading onto the docks. It's just like a balancing beam.
Mm-hmm.
And Tennant just like points it and is like, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's not a royal vessel, but you wanted to ride.
Yeah, no, I'll take it.
Okay then. Does like a quick little like hop onto the plank, and then it takes them like 2 steps and they are just over the side, and kind of looks back at you like, you didn't want my help earlier. Just like watching you.
I think Rose has actually stopped kind of at the foot of this plank, like where the plank meets Everglen soil, and is kind of just staring at it. And looks up at you and goes, sorry, if I take one more step, this will be the furthest I've ever gone before. And I'm just kind of processing.
Take your time. It's not like, this is a kidnapping or anything.
Okay,
It's
I'm having a moment here. Sorry for interrupting your business.
Sorry, have your moment, turns around and like...
I think you turn around and you don't hear like footsteps on the plank like you expect to, but what you do hear is this very small kind of like whoosh of magic, and then like over your right shoulder there is just this like really cold, like snowy cold kind of air, and a couple of like small little snowflakes tumble into your field of vision as Rose has misty steps over onto the deck of the ship. All right, I'm here.
How does it feel?
Kind of the same at the moment.
You've really never left the Everglen, ever.
No.
How old are you?
24? Sorry, I'm doing the math of the time we're in.
Right. Well, it's an honor, Princess.
Thank you. I mean, we can't all grow up to be kidnappers with illustrious lifestyles of travel and violence, so thank you.
What about my demeanor has suggested violence?
The kidnapping part and also the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. No judgment,
No, I can tell.
We all have our areas of expertise.
That we do. Hold on to something, and then there's this like what that like almost sends you like stumbling to the floor as Tennant kind of touches the side of the boat, and the magic link between this captain and his ship sparks to life. And there's the kind of like choking, like guttural noise as the ship kind of like bursts into life, and you see Tennant make like a face that's like he's inspecting like the noise of the ship, and then just shakes his head. And And yeah, the sails explode into life. The ship starts to hover away from the docks. The plank falls into the astral sea below. And the ship slowly starts to rise. It is not a smooth departure by any means.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you get the impression that it's because Tennant is not a skilled sailor. It's partly the boat, and partly the fact that he's in a rush, and partly he's just trying to see how you react. And this ship kind of lurches a little bit from side to side. Tennant does not look even slightly off balance, is just pretty much leaning on one leg against the bow of the ship with the big kind of steering wheel and just watching you. And yeah, it takes off into the skies.
I think I rolled for it. I think at that first lurch, Rose dropped all of her shit, but just managed to kind of get a fist in some rope, and now is kind of swinging from it a little bit. It's just, but still, even with the stumbling, eyes wide, just awestruck. I mean, they have no frame of reference for that a ship should not travel like this. So,
this is true.
I think
yeah,
she's just kind of taking it all in. Definitely watching Everglen kind of grow smaller in the distance, but doesn't seem upset about it. Just, yeah, it's very Rapunzel out of the tower energy.
Yeah, I think as the lights of Everglen fade and it gets smaller and smaller, the only light in the darkness of these skies is Tennant's eyes, and he is staring at you like he is trying to work out a puzzle, and he is just so fascinated and slightly disturbed by just how calm and in your stride you were taking everything. And it's just very odd, and he's trying to work out what's missing here. And whenever you look at him, you just catch him looking at you.
I think the third time that they make eye contact, Rose kind of stops and squints back. What? You're looking at me like I've grown a second head.
Stranger things have happened. Turns around, and the ship starts to at this point the ship evens out. And without turning back around, he's you'll get your sea legs eventually.
Right. I mean, I think I'm doing all right. But noted. Yep. Okay, it stumbles.
I think the next time you stumble, suddenly there's a hand there, and he's steadying you, and again looking at you, and is well, if this is your first time on the ship, would you like a tour?
Yeah. I mean, as long as there's ropes that I can hold onto in the way, because it's a lot rockier than I expected it to be. But yeah. Yes. I would love a tour.
Tennant reaches up into a piece of rigging, pulls down a rope, and hands it to you. And as he kind of walks you around this ship, he keeps kind of finding little holds for you to grab onto, and will just before, when he steadied you, his hand caught you and then immediately withdrew. And that same kind of tentativeness of I'm not touch you, keeps kind of directing you to places to steady your balance, but is keeping a good wide berth. And yeah, shows you a couple of the different ropes, kind of shows you the inner workings of how the magic of this ship works, how it connects to him, and how he steers it. And some of the bravado fades away a bit. It's kind of a little bit like a child starts talking about their special interest, and suddenly he's just kind of rambling a little bit and then catches himself. And over there is where you'll be sleeping, and kind of points to the captain's quarters, and then makes face. I will admit I didn't expect to be bringing you onto the ship tonight, so I can tidy up.
Where did you think you were going to take me? If not here.
That would be telling.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we're like business partners now, kind of. So I thought I could be in on it, but no, it's fine. Yeah. I don't know a lot about ships. Isn't that where you should be sleeping as the captain?
Would you rather sleep on the floor out here?
Well, I mean, not particularly, but I also don't want to overstep. We're not on soil anymore. I'm a princess, but I'm not a princess here. You're the captain. I don't want to overstep my rank. So, yeah, I mean, I could sleep outside. I kind of staring at a point on the floor. Yeah, I'm sure that would be fine and enjoyable for me to do that. So,
kind of like with like one hand, like unties a little bit. There's a string of rope, kind of like falls from one of the beams, and then like clatters to the ground in like a coiled mess, and then it's like bed.
Yeah, it'll be a wonderful pillow. I'll sleep right there, and it will be fine.
Do you get seasick? You look a bit green.
I no, not at all.
You know what? I really do prefer the open air, and
yeah. Okay, I mean, if you're going to insist, I'm not going to fight you on it. If you want to, So,
you are very welcome to my bed anytime, princess.
Like
walks away back to like the steering.
Rose holding onto this rope, very clearly a shade of green. It's almost like everything else kind of like takes a back seat in this moment as they like stare at that rope and then kind of follow you.
He kicks a bucket, and a bucket like skitters over in your direction. And is like, if you need it.
Yep.
The ship just as if laughing with Tennant. The ship gives like another shudder.
Right. Thank you, Captain, for your generosity. And I'm gonna just kind of scoop the bucket up a little bit harder than I have to. And I'm like, she's trying to do like a self-righteous walk, but the ship keeps lurching, so it like gets a little off center every couple seconds, and then like holds out her hands, rights herself, continues. Good night.
Good night. Ignore the mess. I'll tidy it in the morning.
I'm gonna open the door. How bad is it in there?
It's not. It's just...
Okay.
No, it's not that bad. It's a very simple room. Just like a simple, not quite a double bed, almost like halfway between like a single and double. It's kind of got red drapes that hang over it. There's quite a nice little window seat, and like this is the only like window of this boat. And there are just kind of, there's a desk set out, and there are all these different pieces of metal and like what looks to be gun parts, or some of them are gun parts, some of them are just other like bits of machinery that you can't quite tell. It doesn't look like anything you've ever seen before. It looks like someone has just been like experimenting, and there are kind of like, there's like kind of dirtied oil rags and stuff like on the floor, and like a couple of clothes like strewn over a chair, and that's about the extent of the mess. But yeah, the most obviously like, messy part of this room is just this like strange desk setup of all of these like tinkering parts.
I think Rose kind of like goes in but leaves the door open, like drops her stuff off, and then goes through the entire room. Like if there's any shelves or bookshelves, they're looking in them. She wants to know everything about this fucking man. I'll roll anything hidden in here. I'll roll for it if there is.
Oh my god, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Oh, that's so good. What's my investigation? That's just a 1, so it's 18.
You find a small notebook that is leather bound with an embossed crow on the front.
I'm flipping that bad boy open.
You just find in very bad handwriting. Probably a lot of it is illegible, if I'm honest. It's really bad.
Incredible.
It's like doctor's handwriting.
Powerful.
That like slanted script that just shouldn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it is in common, but most of it will be written in Infernal. I don't know if you know Infernal.
I don't at this point.
Yeah, so the parts that you can read in common are just names of people that you don't recognize. Places. It seems to be kind of like a log of, like, for want of a better word, mission reports. I guess Rose at this point kind of looks at it and goes, oh, this is his, like, kidnapping book.
Powerful.
Like a little serial killer diary. You don't know what the rest of the Inferno says. And then sometimes in the margins there are like things scrawled in someone else's handwriting that you don't recognize. And then, the last few pages of the book are other notes that are written in some kind of ledger that you don't recognize at all. Not Infernal, not common, not anything.
Okay, very important question. In the kidnapping parts in common that I understand, any, like, observations about me in there? Like, any Everglen State notes in here?
I'm sure there is a page, and it's just it's the name Roisin, but that, like, just written, crossed out, written like as if they're trying to figure out the fucking spelling of this name. And then at the bottom it just says Rose.
Incredible.
And then just like some small observations on, when the guards begin and end their shift, when they change over, the general layout of the Oaken Court, names of your father, like there's descriptions of your siblings, but no names there. And yeah.
I think Rose like digs out like a quill. I'm assuming there's some kind of writing utensil in this room. I'm gonna pull it out, and on that, where that list is of all the misspelled versions of my name, I'm gonna write in there "it's" and spell it correctly, and then add at the bottom, "you really should hide your things better." And I'm just gonna sign it R. I'll close it up and I'll put it back where it was. And I think they're gonna spend a couple minutes kind of squinting at these mechanical parts that he just has out, and then after a few minutes of very clearly just not knowing any fucking idea what he's going for here, is gonna poke her head back out the door and go, "What are you making in here anyway?" "Just a lot of metal."
I said don't touch anything.
I didn't touch it, I just looked at it. And it looks like metal, so I assumed.
Well observed.
Thank you.
He fully like walks over to you, like just strides into their own quarters, and then just grabs some kind of like wooden crate that's kind of like shoved under the desk and just does like a sweep into it and like sweeps all of the things into the crate and like just bangs the crate on top of the desk with like a rattle and is like, "There, clean."
Okay. I mean, you don't have to do that. I was just wondering what you were making.
Oh. Well, I make my own weapons, so I was experimenting with some different pistol modifications and kinds of ammunition, and the other thing, kind of like the one kind of like weird metal sculpture that you just don't know what the fuck is. It's like, that is that's just something from home I've been trying to figure out.
Is it a weapon? Doesn't look like it.
No, it's an old piece of machinery, but I don't know what it was for. I'm trying to figure it out.
I don't think Rose has any fucking clue, but just in case, I'm gonna pick it up and look at it and see if I'm gonna roll a little intelligence check, see if I can figure out any fucking idea what this is. Oh, that's not bad. What's my intelligence? It's not great. It's okay, so I don't have a +0. It's a 15. So I don't know.
A 15, I think with a 15, you kind of turn this, like, sculpture, it's not a sculpture, it's kind of like, it looks I I don't know how much your mother did any kind of like domestic skills, like sewing. But if you've ever seen like either one of your nannies or one of your like seamstresses, it looks, some of the machinery parts look a little bit like a very strange, archaic part of a sewing machine.
Okay. I think Rose is not gonna pick it up. Rose is gonna like lean down and squint at it in Tennant's hand, and then kind of, can I touch it? Do I have permission to touch this one very specific piece of metal?
Kind of squints at your tone and then like takes your hand and then does not, knock over the microwave. Jesus Christ. Plunks the metal into your hand.
I think Rose, it's just gonna kind of like give him a nod and like start holding it up and twisting it. I mean, it looks a bit like a sewing piece. No?
He like takes it back out of your hand and then like holds it up in the light. What kind of sewing?
Yeah, we normally learn how to do it by hand, but there's people who like make machines to do it. It kind of looks like the bit that you put the needle in.
Like fully like hops up on his own desk, like sits kind of like half cross-legged on his own desk, like one leg kind of like supported on like the chair, and just pulls out some kind of it's like a fancy sonic screwdriver, and starts like then
what, for Tennant, a sonic screwdriver? That's crazy.
Oh no! That was good.
Thank you so much.
And then just starts like, what the fuck he's doing. Starts like taking little pieces of it apart and then looking a little bit more closely at like the gears. Is like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
See, isn't it fortuitous that we've made a deal and you've brought me along? Because without a princess, you never would have known. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're good for something after all.
A number of things.
Like, continue, like, kind of like goes back into a trance and is like filling with this thing for the next couple minutes, then looks up, realizes you're still just standing there like watching him, is like, pockets it, stands up. I will leave you to your evening. It's late.
Great. Thank you. Best of luck with your sewing.
Thanks.
Alright, get out of my room, please. Thank you. Good night. I start making shearing hand motions.
It just like walks backwards with like an amused look and like does a little bow again and like closes the door.
Yeah. Okay, I was trying to decide if Rose was gonna lock the door, but I think not. I think she's just gonna leave it. There's some trust here for the first time fucking ever. And yeah, Rose is gonna gonna try to go to bed. Let's be honest though, I don't know how much after attempted kidnapping attempts you really sleep well. But I think eventually
This is a totally normal evening.
Yeah, it's been like a regular time. She's having such a normal time right now. And everything is exactly the way it was the night before. So I think this, like, they fall into this weird pattern of, like, coexisting, not comfortably, but not necessarily, like, uncomfortably. Like, I think Rose comes out for a couple hours during the day and just kind of, like, watches Tennant fiddle with running the ship and then goes back in the room. But I think probably after, like, a week or so, there's a night when Rose trances, not sleeps, I guess, technically, and kind of, like, comes out of it with a start and just, like, pulls on a robe still in, like, their nightgown and walks out onto the deck of the ship, kind of just, like, bracing her hands on the railing. And it's just, like, doesn't necessarily go up to Tennant, but is staring out.
You can't see
like,
Tennant.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, she knows he's here somewhere, or at least hopes, because they're steering the ship.
You can make a perception check about it.
The thing is, I don't think Rose is looking for them right now. I think she's just, like, hands braced on the railing, staring out into the astral, shoulders very tense.
You're right.
Shit. Yeah. Yeah,
the
sorry.
voice comes up from, like, a little too high up. You you scan the deck, there's no one there, but you look behind you out of the captain's quarters you've just walked out of, and he's on the roof of this outcropping, just like lying back like this. And there are What do you mean, it's my ship?
Yeah, you're on the roof of the room I'm in. I mean, I guess it's fine. It just feels odd. Is that why I thought I heard something like moving on the roof? I thought maybe that your ship had rats or something.
Rude.
I didn't know you were up there.
Well, if you come up here, maybe you'll see why I'm up here.
This is gonna be a weird question, but I just kind of have to. Do you normally see pictures when you sleep?
What the fuck are you talking?
Never mind. You know what? Never mind. Forget I said it.
No,
I'll just go back in.
No, princess. Okay. This is no. You can't just
Captain.
say shit like that and then walk. Like stretches down. As they kind of like sit up more to kind of like stretch down from the roof and offer you a hand, you see this like. I guess from this angle, you can just kind of see this like pile of yarn in his lap.
What is that?
It's my hand. I don't
know. I think Rose kind of gives you this like almost glower that very clearly, like, not even far under the surface, there's like worry and confusion. And after a moment, they'll just kind of like reach up and grab your hand and let you like hoist her up onto the roof.
Yeah, just very easily pulls you up. And yeah, as well as the kind of yarn kind of puddled in their lap, you can see like maybe about that much of like crocheted yarn and a couple of like crochet needles. And he's just like, say right. Pictures when you sleep, so
yeah.
really.
Sorry, I see there's knitting. Should we be concerned about like an old lady wandering the ship? Should I keep an eye out for?
Oh yeah, no, that's the person I kidnapped before you. She's on the lower deck.
Right. Well, I will steer clear of the lower deck then.
You should. Could be rats.
Great. Yeah. Well, I guess they have to go somewhere when you're in their spot. So what's up here anyway? I'm gonna start looking around.
He looks up, and if you follow his eye line, you get a very good look at the sky. From this vantage point, it kind of, you have a clear line that goes past the sail. Usually when you're on the deck, you can look up and see the stars, obviously, but like there's the crow's nest, there's the billowing sails, like, but this is a completely unobstructed view of the stars, and in the distance you can see the small like blinks of other systems and planets as you pass by them. And he's like, it's just a better view up here.
Oh. Yeah. You're not kidding. Wow, that's something. Yeah, sorry. Wow. And I'll kind of like sit, almost like the energy of like a little kid when they get on, like, just kind of fall into crisscross applesauce, like that kind of like hump of sitting down, but kind of pull the shawl around a little bit. Wow. Okay, yeah, I see why you're up here now. That's cool.
Just kind of like bows their head. Their hair, which is like very long, it kind of falls completely past their shoulders. It's not up in a braid or a ponytail, as you've kind of like come to know how he kind of, it's just falling in his face as he kind of bows down and is just like knitting. He's like, so you had a nightmare?
No, I think I think I had a dream. I've never had one before, but it seems like what it's supposed to be. I mean, I kind of thought it sounds silly, but I didn't think it was a thing that people really had. So
you okay, you never been on a ship. Fair enough. Not very many people are very worldly or traveled. You've never had a dream? At all?
On Everglen, it's not something we do.
Oh,
dreams,
is it
no
like
nightmares.
an elf thing because you don't sleep? Do you sleep? Why are you in my bed if you don't sleep?
No, I mean I sleep. We don't dream. We don't have nightmares. It's less of a elf thing and more of a Everglen thing. I think nobody really knows why anymore. It's kind of a thing we don't do.
Interesting.
It's odd.
Yeah, I guess if you'd never had one before, what was your first ever dream about?
Would you make me a persuasion check?
Sure.
Thank you.
A 19. I don't know what the modifier is, but it's a 19.
Yeah, Rose kind of like blinks at you, and then like does this big sigh and looks back out at the stars and goes, "I dreamt of my father. I guess it was kind of a nightmare."
The king.
The king.
Yeah, he's a frosty looking bugger, isn't he?
Yeah.
No offense, kind of like he looks you up and down with your like white hair. You wear it.
Thank you. Yeah. It's yeah. It's just kind of a. Why is your hair? Can you even see me with your hair on your face like that?
It's like this. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you can just like
goes back down to knitting, and it falls back in his face again.
I mean, you're gonna knit that into your whatever you're knitting.
No, I'm not. I know how to knit.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's just odd to keep looking over and see just a veil of hair.
I'm so sorry if my disheveled appearance offends your.
It does, really, very much so.
Sorry, the hair is an issue, but the tattoos are not. Or have we just not mentioned that?
People on Everglen have tattoos.
Oh. Why'd you keep looking at me like that then?
Because your hair is all in your face and I can't see you, and it's weird. And because you're you're a kidnapper who knits. It's very odd. I mean, not a criticism, just, my frame of reference. Nope.
You said I was the first kidnapper you've met. How do you know that we don't all knit?
I mean, I guess my only other frame of reference is books.
Oh, yeah, like this pulls out the bodice strip from your room is like, yeah, little bit dramatic. It's not really how it goes.
I didn't write it.
No,
I'm sorry. What part? What part of that is not how it goes? Are you speaking of the sword fighting or the romance?
Well, swords aren't really, my thing. Although I can use a sword, but no, I've never had a torrid romance with any of my captives before. But as you said, you are not a captive. You are
Business partner.
Business partner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just from one business partner to another. I don't know. Maybe you should. No, I'm going to stop that. I take that back. Actually, I don't think you probably should have a torrid affair with the people you're kidnapping. It feels like it would be. Like it would interfere with the kidnapping. I don't know. I don't know you though. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life.
No, you're right. Conflict of interest.
Mm-hmm.
Why? What romantic entanglements have you had, Princess? I'm sure you have been courted far and wide.
Yes, I'm very sought after.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? Goes back to knitting, hair in the face again.
It was kind of like gives you like a sidelong glance and then kind of just looks back out. I don't know. I mean, I had a fighting instructor once.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
What? What's that about?
Oh, I see where you get your cliches from now. And like gives the book another like side glance and just like smirks.
Okay, well, I'm a princess, so very little that I could do does not fall under some category of stereotypical.
Go on. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I mean, I don't have a lot, you know. I mean, there's people at court every now and then, but it's not like... It's not all, you know, secret messages in the night and leave a candle in your window if you want. Like, it's... I don't know. I don't think that's really how it is, you know? Just, you meet someone, you spend time with them, that time ends, you move on.
Really romantic.
It's just realistic though, isn't it? Not get your hopes too high, that's how you get your heart broken, so.
Yeah, sure.
Why, have you had some grand love affair? Some sweeping tale?
I wouldn't be in this line of work if I had, but, you know.
I mean, novel authors seem to think differently, I'm just saying.
No, I guess I'm a bit like you in that you kind of stick within your own circles, right? Like the criminals, the odd pirate. Don't get your hopes up.
No hopes were up. Believe me.
I was repeating your words back.
Okay.
But good to know.
Yeah. Seriously, you're gonna braid it into your scarf. It's a mess.
What? Fine. Starts looking around for like something to tie up their hair. What is your problem?
No, I mean, it's like you're talking to me and we're having this very deep conversation and I can't even see your face. I mean, just put it in a braid or something.
In a what?
In a braid.
I would if I could find a tie. Like pulling up all this yarn trying to look for a hair tie.
Rose is just like watching silently with this expression somewhere between like, wow, this is the guy that kidnapped me, this is the guy that did that. This man is just looking so hard for a hair tie on a ship full of rope. And also just a little bit of like amusement.
Like ship rope, that's like thing.
Yeah.
But you're so true, yeah. The man with this length of hair should definitely have more than one hair tie, but there you go. They are elusive beasts. Can I find a fucking hair tie? No. Just like tosses the hair again and is like, you'll just have to gaze longingly upon my face another night when I have a hair tie. Sorry.
Right, I'll put that in my very busy schedule for the next few weeks.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to make a stop anywhere on this journey of ours? I only ask because you clearly have not seen much of the world, and I just think it would be a real shame if the first place you visited, having left the Everglen, is the Empire. I don't know what your books have told you about that place, but it's not particularly nice.
Have you been there?
Yes.
Yeah. It's that bad.
It's just a bit depressing.
I mean, I don't know. I think when you haven't really been anywhere, you don't know where you should have been. I mean, we probably shouldn't delay too much, just on account of
I will keep you on track, Princess.
Yeah.
But
okay.
You have a very worldly traveller running the ship.
I see.
I can provide some recommendations.
You're going to show me around the galaxy, is that it?
We don't have time for that, but I will have to stop.
That's good, because I was going to say, you're starting to sound like something out of this, and kind of like taps the book.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
No, I was just
we'll
warning
have to
you.
Stop and refuel at some point anyway, so... What,
Right.
Are you a hot weather person, cold weather person? I assume the latter. Kind of gives you like another look up and down.
Why would you assume?
I mean, you're like made of ice.
I mean, just for the moment. This isn't like an always.
Oh, it's just a look you're trying out.
Yeah, do you know nothing about Eladrin?
I have to say, I think you're the first I've met.
Really? Wow, well, I'm honored, first of all. No, this thing, it's like a... Yeah, it's a magic. It doesn't really matter. It's just a magic thing. But I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll leave it up to you. Really, I don't. I mean, Everglen is very perfect weather, and when it snows, it's a perfect snow. And I think it would be nice to see some place that was imperfect. It was just kind of a mess. Really, I don't know. It feels like an odd request. Seriously, will you just let me braid your hair? It's driving me crazy. I'm sorry. It's everywhere, and it's stressing me out.
You want to braid my hair?
I don't really, but if you look at me one more time with this weird veil, I'm gonna like... I'll teach you how to do it and everything. Will you just let me?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Here, will you just scooch forward?
Like, shuffles forward. Like, he's suddenly, like, looking a little bit, like, trepidated.
I think Rose, like, doesn't even care at this point. Is so, like, oh my god, let me fix this for you! Kind of just, like, goes to sit behind them, and just immediately starts, like, not hard, just, like, very gently, kind of, like, combing through the hair and pulling it back and braiding it.
Their shoulders, like, immediately tense. Like, they're waiting for you to do something, and then, like,
would you take a breath?
What, you gonna put flowers in my hair? Because, no offense,
no, I wasn't
you can pull it off.
I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but just gonna braid it. What, do you have some sort of vendetta against beautiful women braiding your hair?
I think it's you with a vendetta, love, against beautiful men with long hair.
Well, if I see one, you'll be the first to know.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, it's still kind of like very carefully front braiding. I don't know, you just... I guess go somewhere you think I would like. And... yeah. I don't know a lot of places, or things about places, so...
Somewhere imperfect.
Somewhere imperfect. Preferably, yes.
Well, first choice would be my planet, but I think that's a bad idea. Second choice. Maybe a bit. I don't know, we'll see, won't we?
If I were to pry about where your planet is, I don't suppose you would tell me.
No.
Right, then, yeah, I guess it's just really up to whoever you want to go.
Okay.
Alright.
Just continues knitting, and as you continue kind of braiding their hair, he kind of like... his shoulders grow more relaxed, and then... I don't think he really speaks again. I think he kind of falls into like a comfortable silence unless you start chatting again.
I don't think Rose says anything. I do think after a few... because, like, Tanya has a lot of hair, right? So this, like, takes a second. I do think after a few seconds of silence, Rose starts, like, humming just very softly. Like, not consciously. Just, like, very carefully. Like, that balance between I am braiding tight enough that it won't fall out, and also I am conscious of the fact that I don't want to do this too hard to hurt you. And it's just braiding very carefully. And after a few minutes, like... puts a little bit of magic on it so it stays together and goes, right, there, good.
Stands up on this roof and like brush, like kind of the yarn falls with like a little plop, and he's just like, how do I look?
So much better.
Really?
Your hair at least.
Good. I will have to keep up appearances for the princess, won't I?
Yes. In this case, yes. Because it's going to drive me crazy if you don't.
Okay.
Great.
Who taught you how to do that?
My mum did. Long time ago. And then my brother, my brother has very long hair, kind of like yours, so help them out a bit. And my own. Would you like me to teach you how to do it?
Sure, we've got a lot of time to spare on this ship.
Yeah.
Got to find something to do.
I mean, really, you have to find something to do so we can put up with each other, keep our minds busy,
Have you tried knitting?
I am not 100 years old, so I haven't. But I'll keep it in mind.
Would you like to learn?
Let me think on that one.
I'm just saying, the nights where you have dreams. Sometimes it helps.
Alright. I mean, you better be careful. You're making a lot of deals with the Fae here, Captain.
This isn't a deal. This is a favour between partners.
Equal exchange of knowledge. Right. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll teach you how to braid hair. You'll teach me how to knit, I guess.
You don't have to say it like that.
No, I just, if it's what you like doing, more power to you.
I like doing lots of things.
Yeah, like kidnapping princesses and staring dramatically off into the stars at the dead of night.
Kidnapping is less of a hobby, more of a profession or obligation.
Right, and the kind of reaches over, picks up the book, and the reading the smut that falls into hobby or
that's
business.
Your book, princess. I was just...
You are the one who took it from my house. You kept it and you read it.
I did. I
didn't ask you to do that.
Learn a little bit more about your reading habits, and now I know a lot.
Yeah? Tell me then, what have you learned about me? That this book has helped you so much?
Not so much the book, more the general uptightness.
Uptight? Wow. All right.
Kind of kicks the bundle of yarn over to you and goes, pick it up then. Lesson 1.
Fine. Pick it up and kind of hold it a little more aggressively than they probably should.
Your brother, your siblings. They're not gonna come after you, wonder where you are. I'll be honest, your dad seems like a bit of a bastard, but...
I think when you say that, any, semblance on her face of, lightheartedness kind of shuts down and the guard comes back up. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, my sisters are, 13, so probably not them.
An age.
It is an age, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you have siblings, or are you not allowed to tell me that as part of your mysterious agenda to be unknowable?
I have a 15-year-old sister. And another sister. She's only a couple years younger than me.
Just sisters then, no brothers?
No, not many men in my family.
Yeah. How lucky are they that you showed up then?
I didn't say I was a man.
Fair enough. Yeah, but my brother, I don't know, we didn't leave things on the best note, so I don't know.
You're not close.
Is
this the brother who is replacing you as heir, I assume?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You did your research, apparently. Yeah.
No research, just... You said you were on the out, and that your father would rather marry you off. And I knew you had a brother, so...
Yeah. No, I mean, we were close. Very close. Kind of... Sometimes it feels like he's the only person I have in the whole galaxy. But, you know, it's hard when you feel like someone you love has taken everything from you, even though it wasn't their choice either. One of those things, I think. He writes a lot of letters, I ignore them. It's our new routine.
Letters are cowardly.
I mean, I chose to leave. I ran. I probably wouldn't chase me either, so... I mean, it's not very far to chase me, but still.
The Empire is very far.
Yeah.
I just hope you know what you're doing.
So, do I loop this around the needle, or is that... You say loop it?
Crouches down in front of you and, like, takes your hand and is like, no, it's over and then under. And then, like, holds your hands and does it for you. Just do it a few times and it becomes repetitive.
Right, yeah, no, I'll keep at it.
I'm gonna go make a few adjustments to our course.
Right. Okay.
No large ones. Don't worry, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, I imagine you'll be able to see whatever you're adjusting much better now, so... Because the...
yeah,
I should probably go back to sleep. So...
Okay. Hope any dreams you have are pleasant ones.
Thanks. Can't be much worse, so... Yeah. Good night, I guess. Get some sleep. See you tomorrow, Captain.
Princess.
Should I leave the book, or...
Oh, I finished it.
You don't want to do a little reread?
No.
And you know, I packed more. Not all like this, but if you get bored.
Noted.
Kind of like tuck the book under an arm and take the knitting and very carefully climb off of the roof. And I think Rose gets like halfway through the door and kind of stops and just like looks at you for a minute. And
He's
then
not
walks
looking at
in.
you, his back is turned.
Okay.
His back is turned, yeah.
I think probably just watches him like go across the deck wherever they're going. And then goes in and shuts the door and goes to bed.
So I think the next few days pass similarly. I know, maybe every so often Tennant glances over to find Rose knitting. And Tennant begins to report to you each morning for a hair braiding lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll attempt to practice on like your own hair sometimes. It probably does a really bad job of it. And yeah, I think the ship changes course just a little bit. But it takes you into some rougher seas, and I think one night you kind of come out of the bedroom chambers and there's like a real storm like blowing. We've kind of gone right through the middle of some very bad weather, and you just see kind of Tennant kind of stuck, has like his hand wound in some ropes and like one hand like braced against the steering wheel. And you know, the wind is howling, like would not be able to hear you if you called out to him, but is kind of wrestling with the ship, this tiny ship being buffeted in the wind, and is trying to steer it through a clear course.
I think Rose has kind of like opened the door to the captain's quarters and very much has like their hands braced on each side of the door frame because she's just like barely starting to get her sea legs, and this is a storm. And I think I'm going to cast message to you across the deck of the ship. So just in your mind, in like the level of volume, like a volume level that normally you would not be able to hear, but because it's magic and in your mind you can. It says, do you need help? I don't know if I can, but I mean, I feel bad that you're kind of doing this all on your own.
As soon as he hears these words in his head, he jumps out of his skin. The rope unwinds from around his wrist and just goes flying. And he's like, you don't hear him say it, but you just see him like mouth like fuck, and he like goes fucking leaping for it. Does this like midair leap? And this like grabs hold of this rope, does some kind of Tarzan swing across the deck, and like lands on the mast of the ship, and it's like the whole ship pretty much almost like turns on its side, and you can roll for, I think I'm also going to roll for some kind of agility check to try and maintain my balance.
Like probably like dex saving throw kind of territory.
That's a 19, so I'm fine, but
I got I have such a good dex saving throw. I got an 18.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I think Rose kind of like lurches out of the doorway, but manages to grab like, I know around masts sometimes there's like the little, what are they called? Like bowsprits, I think they're called, where the ropes get attached. And I think is kind of holding onto that and like cranes their neck up super high to look up at you and just shouts, "Are you okay?"
He's like got two hands on this rope and like one leg like braced against the mast, and is like, "What the fuck?" Like a howling wind. Like, what was that?
Magic!
Fuck. Winds this like rope around one of these like bowsprits and kind of fights his way back over to the steering wheel and like cranks it to one side. The ship goes from kind of almost entirely like perpendicular to leveled out again, but the rain is still like howling, and then he just like looks behind you and is just like pointing at like the wheel of like rope in front of you and just making some illegible like hand gestures.
I think Rose is gonna like look at them and like nod and look back at the ropes, look back at him, and then just start like moving her hand over the ropes and waiting until they like react to one.
You like toss over one, he's like, no!
Hands back.
And then like more wild gesturing.
Point to one.
Yes!
And it kind of just like looks at it and realizes like, I don't fucking know what to do with this thing, and starts like goes to unwind it.
Does that again.
Unwinds it, and I imagine like it's probably holding some kind of sail, so she like lurches a little bit.
Yeah, the sail, it's one of the ropes that is like holding one of the, not the largest sail, but let's say like the second largest sail. Is suddenly like, you know when you kind of pull on a blind and then you let go and the blind goes like it does that, and the sail just disappears. And probably make another deck save just so you don't go flying with the sail.
Okay, yeah, that's a slutty, dirty, nasty 20.
Okay, amazing. You're doing so good.
I'm basically a pirate. Like,
as soon as the sail goes up, there's less resistance against the wind, and the ship is able to. Tennant does something else. The angle of the sail changes, and the ship stops being quite so buffeted. It's still like pouring with rain. You're probably soaked through. Tennant is also soaked through, but you can hear each other a little bit better now. And I think Tennant finds something to like lock the wheel in place with, and kind of like stumbles over to you like, okay, that was something.
I think Rose like soaked to the bone very clearly, but like cheeks and like the tips of their ears are flushed and her eyes are wide, and she's like, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, are you alright?
Yeah, sorry, I've never been in a storm like this before, and it's terrifying, but it's also kind of cool.
God, you're so fucking weird. And starts like unwinding another piece of rope and is like, here, and then like removes something, hold this.
Yep, takes it.
Again, starts like fiddling with something else. And then like does this, holds his hand out again, just wordlessly, gives you something else back.
I think Rose is like half paying attention and is also like just kind of looking out at this astral storm and like taking everything in, like doesn't seem to care that they are soaked to the bone and that there's new little like ice crystals like forming in their hair and on their eyelashes, and is just kind of like in awe, but is just like mindlessly taking anything that's handed, handing it back when Tennant asks them to.
I think at one point there's like just fingers snapping. Like, come on,
sorry. Yeah, no, sorry.
What kind of quartermaster are you?
I'm a quartermaster. I don't think I'm qualified for that position.
You are the only other person on this boat, so I'm afraid that means the role goes to you.
I guess I'm a pirate now.
No. And then eventually everything kind of like settles. Tennant wrings out part of his shirt. It just looks very fucking disgruntled, like the most like drowned rat, like like if a cat was like, you know when you bathe a cat, it's just like the aura that Tennant is giving off right now, and just kind of like stands with the hands on his hips, like, I'm glad you're having fun.
Yeah. Why do you look so upset? This is amazing.
'Cause it's fucking cold and rainy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, next time you can steer the ship through the storm then.
Okay. It doesn't really rain in Everglen like this anyway, so it's really cool. Sorry, I didn't get the memo. This is terrible and I'm having an awful time.
No,
does that sound more like a quartermaster?
I'm glad one of us is. So wipes his face. I'm gonna dry off. May I use my room?
Yeah, I mean, you can't sleep out here, so... And then, like, very clearly kind of catches what she said and looks back at Tennant.
That's, like...
That's not a proposition. I just... You know, it's... You look like you're having a very bad time.
I am.
It's wet out here.
And
oh my god, was that lightning? Whoa. Sorry. I mean, I'm not gonna make you sleep out here on the roof. I'm gonna drown.
How benevolent of you.
Thank you. It's one of my finer qualities.
Okay. Are you really not like cold? I know you're not cold. You're like made of ice, but you're not freezing cold.
I mean, yeah. But it's kind of nice. It's a different kind of cold than I have been in a long time, and it's exciting.
She likes rain. Fucking weird. Just starts walking off to the courses. The ship is very much like through the worst of the storm, despite the rain. And just, kind of edges the door open with his foot, leaves it open for you. Walks into his room immediately, like takes off their shirt, just like whacks to the floor. There's like a sodden heap.
I think Rose has walks into the room, lingered back a little bit to like take everything in, get one last glance, walks into the room right as Tennant takes their shirt off and goes, oh shit, sorry, I'll just steps back out of the room.
Tennant looks through the doorway at you standing outside the room in the rain and is like, don't mind my sensibilities.
Well, no, you seemed like you were changing. I didn't want to intrude.
I'm just drying off. And as he says this, the rain on his skin starts to like steam starts coming off of his skin. And not in a magic microwave.
No, it's definitely in a magic microwave a little bit.
No, but you just see like the very strange sight of like his skin drying by itself.
How are you doing that?
Have you not met Tiefling before?
No, I don't. I mean, I haven't.
Come in, like, grabs your arm and, like,
okay.
drags you in out of the rain.
Mm-hmm. I, like, very much lets you do so, and it's just, I mean, I've met tieflings before, I just haven't, you know, spent time in the middle of a storm with a shirtless one.
Lucky you.
So, okay.
Takes your hand
Mm-hmm.
and, like, hesitates, kind of like, there's like a kind of an exchanged look of like, waits for you to pull away, and you very easily could if you wanted to.
She doesn't.
But takes your hand and just takes it and like presses it
Mm-hmm.
over just this area, and it's very, very hot to the touch.
Mm-hmm. I think Rose kind of like their brows furrow a little bit in like fascination, but says, "This is very forward, you know. Lucky we're not at court. But are you always this warm?"
You know how tieflings are made. In the beginning.
I mean, you know, I assume when a mother and a father love each other very much.
I mean, nowadays.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But, the god Kitrix, they, were the originator of all fiends. Sorry, my laptop. Is the god Kitrix, they were the originator of all fiends, forged them in the heart of a dying star. And then when all the gods disappeared, and the fiends walked the earth among other humanoids, the tieflings were born. And each tiefling has its own little forge inside them, just like Catrix.
I see, and this is all your way of telling me that you're hot. Is that?
Yeah, I'm really hot.
Yeah. I mean, I would assume if you have a forge inside of you.
Yeah.
Right.
I can make steam come out my ears and everything.
Yeah, no, please.
I actually can't. I haven't. Maybe. Like, screws up their face for a little bit, and the color of their eyes flare as if there's like a light inside them.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happens. Not today.
You are a fascinating person.
Thank you.
Right, well, not all of us have the heart of a dying star inside of us, so I actually am going to go change. Because now that I'm in here, it's cold. So if you could just, like, turn around or something.
Of course. Like, makes a very big show of, like, turning around and, like, staring at the wall.
Rose just, like, very awkwardly takes their hand off of his chest and kind of, right.
Is your hand still on his chest?
I mean, I assume they, like, put it there.
He did. Yeah, fine.
Mm-hmm. Yep, right, I'll change. I don't know actually how many, like, nightgowns Rose brought, so I think it probably ends up in, like, a big shirt moment.
So sexy.
Yeah. Yeah, alright, you can, it's, like, trying to dry their hair. You can turn around. Thank you. What?
Nothing. You just look normal.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Walks over to the window seat and, like, kind of punches a few pillows and, like, curls up at the window.
I mean, are you fine that your legs are all kind of scrunched up? I mean, I'm shorter than you. I can take the window seat if you'd like.
I've spent the last week and a half sleeping on the deck. The window seat is an upgrade, princess.
Okay, alright. Yeah, no, sorry. You do. It's your room after all. You do whatever you'd like to do. I'm gonna kind of like tries to, like, scrunch their hair a little bit to see if it's still wet, and it comes back just, like, covered in little, like, perfect snowflakes. Yep, okay. This is fine. I'm gonna go to sleep and try not to have a dream. Just like kind of like wipes the frost on the robe they were wearing. Good night then.
Good night.
Do you need anything? Do you have a blanket?
I'm hot, remember?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep, kind of like stands very awkwardly in the center of the room for a minute. Yep, okay. And then I'll go kind of curl up in bed. It's very much the like hot girl fetal position, a bunch of blankets over top because she's very cold. Just like a little blanket burrito in the center of this. And
just leans back and goes to sleep.
Yeah. So Rose does fall asleep. Has a very nice dream about being in a very cool storm that they enjoy a lot. Probably with some pirate undertones. And the next morning, Tennant wakes up and finds somebody with red hair in his bed because Rose has changed from winter to autumn overnight.
Describe what this looks like. This season change.
So Rose's hair is in winter. It was like kind of these perfect curls, and in autumn, it's a little more like kind of like a beach wavy almost. Lot more flowers than there were when she went to sleep, and they are no longer covered in frost. They kind of like blend in with this bright like strawberry red hair almost. It's like chrysanthemums and purple dianthus, kind of all mixed in. I imagine a little bit of bedhead, so it's kind of all over the place. And I think there's a couple more, like not a ton, but just like little notes of freckles in the shoulder that's like exposed in the shirt. And I don't know how far the window seat is from the bed, but she smells a little more like warm cinnamon and apples than they did. They used to smell kind of like pine and brisk winter air. And now it's a little bit warmer. Hair everywhere, flowers everywhere. Having a nice little sleep.
I think Rose is awoken by like a and then like a thump as like Tennant like jumps and promptly like dislodges themselves from the window seat and falls to the ground. It's like fuck.
She I think like sits up, but eyes are still closed. Hello.
Just why does just like scrambles to their feet, does this, realize they don't have a gun in their hand, is like the fuck what? Looks at you and is like, Roshin. What the fuck?
Yes, Captain Tennant, what can I do for you? God, what time is it?
It's sunrise. What happened to your hair? I thought there was a fucking randomer in my bed, which, you know, I usually would not be so panicked about, but what's going on?
What kind of like reaches their hands up, feels more flowers, and then like grabs a strand and yeah,
did you fancy a change in look overnight? What? I don't have hair dye on this ship. Is this a magic thing?
Yeah, I remember when we were talking and I said that the winter the cold that wasn't all the time. It's like a magic thing.
Vaguely.
Yeah, it's like the seasons.
Seasons. You change with season.
Not with like the
summer. It shouldn't be autumn or winter right now, frankly. Yeah, so like, your magic is all fucked up.
No, it's not like the seasons outside. It's like emotions. Like every emotion, not every emotion, but like every season is tied to an emotion, and then when I'm feeling more of that emotion, this.
And what emotion is autumn?
It's being very annoyed with pirates who wake me up suddenly in the morning.
Right. Okay. I don't know. A warning would be great next time, but you know.
I don't really know. It's not something I control. Really, it's like a subconscious kind of shift. So.
I see.
Yeah.
You're dropping flowers all over my bed. Looks down at the sheets.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that for a while. Sorry. It does it on its own. Like, I can try really hard to make it stop, but it's like I have to actively think about it. So, and I think Rose kind of like glancing down at the flowers, like the tips of their ears get like a blush a little bit and like flatten a little bit, almost like an embarrassment at the flowers just everywhere. Yeah, not much I can do about that. I'll pick them up.
Okay.
Did you sleep well?
Apart from the rude awakening, yeah. It's drier inside.
Yeah, that's typically how the inside works. Is there isn't all the, weather.
Do I have a free pass to sleep in the window seat on rainy nights now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, you kind of looked a bit like a drowned rat, so I think it's probably for the best.
I don't think I did. I think I looked slightly damp and probably just very handsome, as per usual.
Sure, yeah. I'm glad you think so.
Can I get you any breakfast, princess?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you're going, I don't want to ask you to go out of your way in this very large ship. I'll be right down, if you want to.
Okay. Just, like, moves out the door, kind of, like, glances back at you and is still, like, taking in this new look and just kind of, like, shakes their head and leaves.
I think when the door closes, Rose very much kind of, like, shoulders droop a little bit in, like, kind of, like, an exhale of not awkwardness necessarily, but, like, a little bit embarrassment. And just kind of starts reflecting on the fact that for them, autumn is happiness. And something about spending time with this weird garbage pirate guy has made her a little happier than she expects to be. Okay. So I think the next, like, the rest of this week kind of passes in that same, like, kind of Rose dancing around the truth kind of thing, but, like, very much is perkier, is happier, is a lot more curious about things. And I think one day she kind of, like, comes out of the room and looks over and sees that they're nearing one of these big silver pools, which is kind of like how ships that are traveling in, like, the void of space get to make dock. To make port. That's the correct phrase on that. To make a dock, what they go there to make port, and sees that they're kind of headed towards one through which there's, like, kind of this hazy outline of a planet. And I think she'll kind of walk up and lean against the mast next to Tennant with whatever they're doing and go, "Are we first stop?"
Yeah. You wanted imperfect, and this is about the most imperfect planet you could get.
Yeah.
This is the storming system, hence the
Okay.
recent bout of bad weather. Over the last few nights, he's been spending most of them inside, tucked up in that window seat, as the rain and the general weather has kind of gotten worse. But there's this break, and as they enter this silver pool, there's this, like, huge moon of a planet. And Tennant is looking at it with this, like, wry smile on their face and is like, this is Titarius 3, otherwise known as a titty moon.
Oh, I see it, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is usually where love comes to die.
Oh, exciting. And you would be very familiar with that then.
Cheeky.
Thank you.
Spins the wheel, starts to dock the ship.
That's exciting. I can't wait to see love die. Is it, like, depressing though? Or is it like...
No, it's just funny. People get drunk, they get married whilst drunk, they spend an awful lot of money, and they promptly get divorced. So it's just...
I see. Well, I mean, No judgment here, but Captain, I think some people could probably be a bit intrigued that you've whisked the princess off to a planet where a lot of people go to get married. I mean, is there something you'd like to tell me? I know I'm delightful, so I don't blame you, but...
You wanted some culture, all right? I could take you to another uppity town where people would bow and curtsy to you, but here you were just any other regular person. And I think you need a little bit of humbling, if I'm honest.
I think we could both use with a bit of humbling, but yeah, I'm excited. I mean, you know, obviously I don't want to delay us too much, but I also do want to see everything. So...
well, we have a day, so I would like to be back at the ship by nightfall. We will see how much of everything we can fit in.
Yeah, we can be done by nightfall. I think that's fine, probably.
I have, like, a list of things to do. This is not a field trip.
Oh, it's a very serious business excursion, then.
If you want food for the next 3 weeks, we have a tight schedule, so you can...
Oh, I see. And where on the list is be extremely boring? Because it feels like that's number one.
I can leave you on the ship. I will be quicker by myself.
You can try.
I can leave you on the ship, or I can leave you here.
Or, third option, you could take me with you and maybe have some fun for once in your life. And, I mean, really, considering that you keep calling me the uptight one, I really think you could do with a good look in the mirror.
I have fun.
Ah, yes, that is definitely the tonation of voice in which fun people tell people they have fun. Usually it's a thing that you just have. You don't have to tell people. Alright,
can
I see the list? Give me the list. Can I see it?
No, it's my...
Let me see the list.
No, it's my list.
Fine.
Wait, where are you gonna... Fine, like, shows you this... Where are you gonna find that stuff? You don't even know where the shops
What's
are.
it? Tosses it over the side. Oh no. It's caught by a breeze. I guess now we're gonna have to go and find things on our own.
Like, reaches down into, like, a pile that's got, like, random crates of stuff, and, like, just throws a cloak in your face and is like, cover up! Anyone recognizing you?
Okay,
and just starts, like, doing...
I will put the cloak on and flip the hood up and, yeah.
Yeah, docks the ship, finds another very precarious piece of wood to kind of like... Well, you know what? I think docks the ship and there's just kind of like a couple meter gap and just jumps it and then like turns around and then like looks at you and goes, you can jump or, you know, use your magic the easy way.
Okay. I think Rose like kind of lowers their head and looks at you and that like, oh, you're gonna challenge me right now? Okay, yeah, fucking eat shit about it. Kind of like a devious little like half smile. I'm gonna try and jump it. What would you say? Like a dexterity check, you think? Like sure. Acrobatics maybe?
Yeah.
I didn't roll too bad. That is a... Yeah, that's a slutty 20.
No way, okay.
But I think Rose goes to jump on purpose so that they like hit Tennant. Like I think purposely kind of stumbles in and like pushes a little bit. Goes, oh, close one. Wow.
Immediately like both arms around you in like a genuine like, and then realizing you're just fucking around, hello. And then like immediately like
yes, no fun here.
Like pokes you in the shoulder and like tries to send you off balance backwards.
Oh, that's bad. Kind of like it has this like kind of like victorious like smirk, like mocking almost smirk on their face, and then does that and goes shit and reaches out and like grabs their elbow.
Yeah, grabs you and like pulls you back and starts walking into the town.
I see that is a hint of someone who knows how to have fun after that. That's good to know. I thought he died.
This is killing me. Anyway, You have just a fucking great time. Yeah, Tennant is now listless, but immediately kind of finds this kind of, you know, I think there's just like a lot of like really shitty looking markets with like fucking weird stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of like with the energy of like Oxford Street with all of the tourists like like of like the Union Jack emblazoned t-shirts and umbrellas and like Princess Diana plates. It's like that that energy.
But it's a boob because it's a titty moon.
Yes, just so much boob memorabilia. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rose like very much immediately kind of shifts out of this like I'm gonna poke and prod at Tennant's buttons to get a rise out of them, very much into this is a place and I want to see all of it right now, and probably like starts like dragging him places and like looking in carts and stuff, and very much this like wide-eyed wonder for what I can only describe as a mediocre place. I think there's no way in hell they're back by sundown. I mean, like, Rose just keeps doing, like, the 5 more minutes, one more thing, kind of.
Every so often, Tennant tries to, like, steer you in back on course, but, like, after about a couple hours of this, kind of just gives up and is kind of just watching you with this mixture of exasperation and just genuine, like, amusement and fondness at this princess who is so entertained by tits and a planet that's just it's just like this is just not what he expected, so he's just kind of having more fun watching you do this. But yeah, by the time the sun starts to dip, they've got a few bags of like a few bits, but they are like an hour's walk away from the port, and it's just like at some point I think he's like, right, so we've got approximately 40% of what we actually came here to do. Can't imagine why.
I mean, yes, you could look at it that way, or you could look at it as we have 40% and also, and kind of like reaches down in a bag and pulls out this like shitty white t-shirt. This is like, I went to Titarius 3 and all I got was this shitty titty shirt instead of like t-shirt. You also got this. And I mean, really, I think this is a winner, this one. So,
yeah, that's okay, look, we gotta find an inn or something because I'm not fucking walking back. It's you can see as like the sun starts to dip and like night kind of starts to fall, the bars really start like getting really rowdy. You start hearing like arguments and like, you know, singing, and it's like starts to really kind of, and Tennant, who is you've kind of picked up on by now, is a little bit introverted.
Sure.
Is kind of like looking at all of this ruckus and like cringing, and is like, yeah, I'm not walking back through all of that.
Okay.
Unless, you know, you want to go out drinking, but
ooh, tempting. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this feels like the kind of place where you can get a drink and take it up to the room. So we could do both. But you seem a bit like you need to go. So, yeah. We can go get a room.
I'm fine. Whatever you want to do, but
okay. Yeah,
okay,
we can find a
place.
I'm very personable, so I'll handle it. Don't you worry.
You'll handle it. Kind of okay. Yeah, no, you find the inn actually. All
right, I will. I don't know why you're saying it like it's an impossible feat. Believe it or not, they
impossible.
kind of like. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just interested to see which one we end up at.
Kind of like, I think Rose like leans in almost like a secret and looks around and goes, they do have inns in Everglen, you know. I do know what one looks like. Okay. Right. And let's just fucking roll a luck check to see what the odds are that they end up in not.
I'm trying to just see if you find an inn or a brothel is like Tennant's place.
Don't. Yeah, so Rose walks very confidently up to this like big, well lit, like nice building. Probably has some kind of name that is finer than it looks. Marches right in. Doesn't really pay any attention to like the customers or what's going on in there, and just kind of like walks right up to the desk. You see them having like a conversation. Walks back out to Tennant. Great, go to the room. Only one. They're very busy in there.
That one.
What do you? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were picky. Should we find a 5-star establishment? A nice one?
You know what? Yeah, let's go there.
Okay, great.
Lead the way.
I will, thank you. Walks in, and I think it's like 3 steps in the door, and then finally processes that they are in fact in a brothel, and is like,
Tennant's like standing very closely behind you. Yeah, good choice.
Thank you. Yep. I heard. Yep.
Are you committing, or I can find us somewhere else?
I said I could handle it, so I'm handling it. What are you?
Can handle
you're not. What, you afraid? Is that it?
Am I afraid?
Yeah. What, you don't want to? I mean, you're looking down your nose at people. I mean, really, you don't strike me as the judgy type. It's just a room.
Is that what you're getting from this?
Yep.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I look down my nose at you only because you are just so short.
Yeah.
But please leave the way.
Yep.
Kind of stretches past, like puts like a bag of coin, kind of gives like the innkeeper or the brothel keeper like just the 2 rooms, please.
I think Rose kind of like pipes up and goes, so the thing is, they were out of 2. They only had the 1. So.
Just the 1 room, please, for my business partner.
I like to imagine, not that we're playing NPCs here, but I like to imagine the keeper's like, oh yeah, your business partner.
Yeah, and Tennant sees it and is like,
business partner.
Also,
really quickly, just pressing pause on this. Are we okay with this? Does this feel okay? Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
no, it's so fine.
Just wanted to double check. Okay. Yeah, and I think Rose kind of stands behind, just like cheeks very pink, ears like down flat with embarrassment, but like chin high. They're like, I'm fucking committing to this. I said I could handle it, and I'm not gonna ask for help now. So, god damn it, we're staying in a brothel.
Okay, grabs like the key. The key has like a little like keychain on the end of it. And then straightens up and realizes they kind of have to make their way through this throng of people to their room. And I think Tennant you feel like a hand on your shoulder. And Tennant like
jumps a little bit, and then yep.
All right. And kind of like steers you through the crowd and kind of like keeps you from the worst of like the other people.
The goings on, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they end up, because I get the sense, right, that like they're so late in the night that a lot of the rooms are out. So I feel like they end up in like one in like a top level corner, so they have to pass by just fucking everything. Finally, I think by the time they get to the room, Rose is just like dark pink, like very much out of their comfort zone. I imagine the room isn't great. Probably just like, actually, wait, I'm gonna roll a luck. Okay, they're in the honeymoon suite. I rolled a luck check. I just think it's so funny. There's got to be a lot of them. Don't get me wrong, because this is the titty moon. But I think it's like neon pink in here, like lots of big like, hearts. Just
and rose petals on the bed.
Yes, just a nightmare. in this room.
Holy
And she
shit.
walks in. Oh. Mhm.
Tennant, like, closes the door, turns around, kind of back thuds against the door, and is like, yeah. Again, good choice, Rose.
Thank you. Yep. They didn't, he didn't say it was this room. So.
The what?
Yep.
Marriage suite.
Yep. That one. Just thought it was a room.
We can leave if you are uncomfortable. I will find us somewhere, or we can go back to the ship.
See, the thing is, I'm caught in a.
I know you are stubborn. Okay, I know you have a sense of pride, so we can pretend that I want to leave if you know it makes you feel better.
I mean, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm inside checking.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm rolling so good today.
Like 15.
Yeah, no, I think what you get back from Rose is like, this is probably fine. There's like a little bit of like, I mean, it's clear from her body.
Is it more embarrassment than like, yeah?
Yeah, like because I rolled great. So I don't think you pick up on the like. The thing is, I don't think there's a lot underneath that to pick up on, other than like very stubborn. I think you do kind of pick up on a little bit of the sense that like Rose was very much enjoying like feeling like independent for the first time in her life, and is now like, if this is what it takes, this is what it takes.
Yeah. I mean, of the brothels, not that I frequent, but there are worse places on Titty Moon. I'll be honest. So actually, you didn't do that bad a job. Kind of kicks a flower petal.
I mean, nope. Yeah. No, it's fine. This is fine and exactly what I imagined. And I'm great. So, yep. But I mean, if you want to go somewhere else, we can. I just, we already pay. I think there's no refunds. We did pay for the room.
Oh, there's definitely no refunds.
Yeah. So.
Well, kind of reaches into one of like the bags and pulls out like a bottle of rum that they've like picked up, and then just like kind of uncorks it with his teeth. Is like, it is honestly, there's nothing else to do.
Drink. Yeah, drink.
Then drink.
Yeah, yep. Give me that. Thank you. Long fucking swig.
It just like looks at you like,
Mm-hmm. So, tell me more about all the brothels you've been in Titty Moon. You seem like quite aficionado.
I've not been to,
no judgment.
No. No, I would tell you other, but Titty Moon is just not. It's the place for brothels, but not like brothels that are only fun if you're really shit-faced.
Yeah.
Kind of like looks down at the bottle of rum that she's holding and like hands it back. Yeah.
Takes a swig, but like maintains eye contact. Do they have brothels in Everglade as well as inns?
I mean, not a lot, but a couple. I've never been, but probably somewhere.
There's an inn in my hometown, affectionately dubbed the Horny Nest. If that gives you any indication of the kind of establishments I'm used to.
You're not from here, right? I just wanted to, because that feels like the kind of place that would be here, and you haven't really told me anything about like where you're
I'm
from.
not from here. No.
Okay, great. Right. Yeah, the inns where I'm from are not called the Horny Nest. So.
Shocking.
Right, okay. No, sorry, you sounded like you were going to say something. So
sorry, I just, I pictured this going a little bit different. I did. This feels like a joke that went a little bit too far. I do intend on taking you somewhere actually nice before you succumb to the wasteland that is the Eolic Empire. But
yeah, a lot of strong feelings on the Empire that I'd love to unpack at some point. Probably not while we're in what I can only describe as this hellish nest of a room. But yeah, great. I mean, are we gonna go see more brothels or
no?
Okay.
I think I have a good idea of what. Yeah, we've started at the bottom. There's only it goes
and then
up
go up.
from here.
That. Yeah, I'm gonna go change quickly.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, just starts like fucking around and like kind of, you're just in a hotel. It just starts kind of like opening doors. Seems like a pink fluffy pair of handcuffs. Oh, it shuts the door again. Ah, God. Just starts like
gotta be hellish to look through. Huh?
It's just so bad.
Just terrible. I think Rose comes out a couple minutes later in like a too big sweater, like almost put on more than they would normally to sleep because of the nature of the room. So just like a big sleep sweater, just like fantasy sweatpants. Yeah, we should probably long day. We should sleep.
Okay.
I can take the floor.
Oh, you do not want to sleep on this floor.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna ask questions about that. Cool. So it'll be fine. We'll just share the bed, and it will be fine.
Can this bed be heart-shaped? I'm begging.
It has to be heart. It has to be heart-shaped legally. If it weren't, I would leave this call.
Okay. Yeah. Just that. It's definitely big enough.
Yep.
Okay, just like kicks off like their shoes. Like Tennant doesn't really have sleeping clothes. They're just such a gremlin little man. Just kicks off their shoes and like hesitates, but like, okay, I'm gonna take off my trousers, but
sure. And
then just like slips into the bed.
I think Rose is like seated, like props some pillows up on the headboard and is seated and like has their knees pulled up to their chest and it's just not like super uncomfortably, but it's just kind of like sitting. So in all your kidnappings, is this like the weirdest experience you've ever had, or just so I can kind of get a sense on the ranking?
Rose, I don't. Even outside of kidnappings, this is about the weirdest thing that's happened to me.
Yeah.
And that's saying a lot.
Me too. So, we're really on the same page here.
Great. Glad we're on the same page.
Yep. Kind of like looks over at you and like then looks back out into the room.
Okay.
Okay. We're just gonna. Yep. We should sleep. Probably.
Yeah.
Big day tomorrow. Gotta get all that
Sure.
stuff.
That's very true. Yeah.
Good night.
Good night. Turns over.
Yeah, turns over, but stays awake for like a good hour, just kind of disassociating.
Tennant is so like entirely aware of like not like being too close to you or making you uncomfortable, and is like practically clinging to the edge of this heart-shaped bed, just like, what the fuck is happening?
I feel like if like the first time that Tennant like moves and Rose can process that he's awake, she like rolls over and goes, I'm not a prude, by the way. I feel like I want to get that out of the way.
What?
It's not like a judgment thing. It's just an awkward situation.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
This is, yeah.
Cool. Okay, good night.
like a few more minutes go by. I'm not prude either, by the way. This is a very respectable establishment. I respect the work that they do here.
Yeah,
just,
no,
I don't know you very well.
Really, we've just met a couple of weeks ago. And also, I mean, in fairness, you have been talking a lot about brothels and like the horny nest and things like that. So, but like, I wasn't making any assumptions or any kind of judgment. You know, like you do what you do, and I'll do whatever I do, and then that's fine. And we're here together, and that's weird. But it's not a situation that requires any like judgment or anything on behalf of anyone.
Okay, yeah. Glad we cleared that up.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Yeah.
I don't think he gets very much sleep, but
I don't think they do either.
I think as soon as like the sun like rises, probably the first time all night that this place falls fucking silent, is up, and it's just like, okay, like coughs too loudly to kind of wake you up. It's like, right, morning, we need
Good morning. Yeah, sleep well.
Yeah, great. It's very kind of like prods the. It's very soft mattress.
Yeah, it's actually what I was gonna say last night. So they probably have good beds, but it felt weird to say it, so I didn't. It's not terrible.
No.
Then again, fine. I guess it wouldn't be.
As I said, very fine establishment they have here.
Yep. Do good work, just not for us, because we're business partners, and not married.
And that.
We should
anyway. We need to get ready.
Go on the list. Yeah, great. Just packs everything up.
Oh yeah, they've never gotten dressed and out of a door so quickly in their entire life. Tips the innkeep very heavily as they leave. Yeah, definitely like the first time on this journey that Tennant has let any of the kind of weird cocky bravado slip, and is just clearly very like not uncomfortable, but just weirded out. It's such a weird
energy. I think on the way back, Rose is actually like quiet for the first time since going into autumn, and it's just kind of like, yep, we'll do the things we got to do, and then we'll get back to the ship, and it'll be fine, and this planet will be not here anymore, and it'll be fine.
Yeah. They get back to the port, he pays someone for refueling the ship, and then I think, like, as soon as they're on the ship, he kind of like, hey, yeah, that was
good work, yep, got everything.
I'm sorry about that, that was, you know, that was, you're very fucking stubborn, and I'm also quite, stubborn, if
what? No, I never picked it up.
To be fair, if you hadn't thrown my list away, probably would have gone through that a lot quicker, and we wouldn't have to...
Well, in my defense, your list was boring. So...
Well, the night certainly wasn't, so I'm glad you, got
Don't say it like that! I mean, the people are gonna get a weird impression.
What
kind of, like, looks at the Dark Master who's, like, 60 feet away. There's no fucking way this man can hear this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna change the course again. Well, this is gonna be a do-over. This is
okay.
But
no, I mean it wasn't terrible. I mean, you know, like,
yesterday
entertainment
was fine. And it was but just
yeah. And I think Rose just like starts laughing.
I was gonna say, I think Tennant fucking just like loses it. Now that they're back on the ship, he's just like, "What the fuck?"
I don't know. I didn't know.
Laughing.
I can't believe I didn't know. It was so stupid. I mean, it was just like right there, and I just.
There was an innuendo on every like plaque in there. What did you think it was?
I don't know.
I know there's a lot of innuendo in there. It's just a moon named after tits.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, in fairness, it did seem kind of par for the course, and I was on a mission, and...
No, mission accomplished, Rose, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and please, no awards. Yeah, sorry, that was ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah.
let's not do that again.
I think that's probably for the best. The energy was very weird for a little while. Great.
Okay.
Agreed. Kind of like holds out a hand. No, we're not shaking. Okay. Yeah.
Like, as soon as you pull your hand back, puts the hand out, and then it's like,
Oh,
okay. I got your present, though.
Did you? Not from the brothel.
No, not from the brothel.
Great. Yep. Present. You didn't have to. When did you? Sorry. I would love to receive a present.
Okay, close your eyes and hold up your hands.
Rose like gives you kind of a look and then obeys.
Rose,
and
the
very
weirdest thing has already happened. I'm not making it any weirder.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Hold out a hand.
Places like it was kind of like not like incredibly well made, but a fairly like ornate sword. It's more of like a joke sword in your hand, but it's like it's sharp and it's usable and it's like you know, you in your book there was sword fighting and you know, you said that you wanted fun.
Yeah.
So
you're gonna teach me how to sword fight?
I can.
I
it was a joke that kind of you sure? It's pretty good.
That's a natural 20.
No way. Yeah, you just kind of get there's like a hesitation of like and then like yeah. I think you get the impression that this is like a joke gift that now Tennant's kind of like taken too far, but is like, well, sure has committed to it. And not minutes after saying, we're both stubborn, we probably shouldn't do shit like that again, has immediately fallen into another trap of their own making, so.
Yeah, I think Rose kind of like has been squinting at them and then like lifts her chin a little bit in that like, I understand what's happening here, but it's relieving some of the like weird tension between us, so I'm gonna play along with it.
Yeah.
Right. It would be an honor to learn from a real pirate captain, so.
When did I say I was a pirate?
You look like a pirate.
No, I don't.
You literally have a skull and crossbones right there on your arm.
That doesn't make me a pirate. I'm not a pirate.
Right, well, what are you then? I'm certainly not a merchant vessel captain.
It's classified.
You smuggler?
Sometimes. But not in the pirate sense. Anyway,
I'll just call you captain then.
Please don't.
Cap?
No.
Right.
Tennant is fine.
Tennant. Right. The thing is, it has less of a bite to it. Tennant. I'll work with it. It's fine.
That's your issue. Sorry, mate.
Mate. Okay. Yeah. Okay, fine. Well, if I can't call you Tennant, then nope. If I can't call you captain, then you can't call me princess.
That's not fair because you are a princess.
You're a captain. Unless I'm assuming I'm not the captain of this vessel.
You are not, no.
Right, so that would make you the captain. So we'll just take titles right off the table. I call you Tennant, you call me Rose.
Not
We
Roisin.
slept in a brothel bed together, so I think at the very least we're there.
First
in
name
familiarity.
basis.
First name
Okay.
basis.
And now hold out a hand for a handshake.
We'll kind of like move the sword to the other hand and give you like a nice firm handshake. Nice to meet you, Tennant. I look forward to learning your last name the next time we spend a very awkward evening together.
I'm sure that will be very shortly. But
Oh, do you have big plans?
no, you're just a generally awkward sort of person. It tends to be most
I
evenings.
have no idea what you're talking about. I'm distinguished.
That's certainly one word, yeah. Just laughs again, starts like spinning the wheel. The ship starts to lift off from port. Sword lesson. What are you doing noon tomorrow?
Let me check my schedule. Yeah, nothing.
Okay, it's a date.
I think Rose's, like, ears kind of tinge that pink again, and she just... Yep, okay. I'll see then. Probably not in between at all, because it's a very large ship. So... I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah. Nope. No captain anymore. See you then, Tennant.
See you then, Rose.
And I turn and I walk in the room. I'm probably just kind of like screaming to a pillow, not from frustration, but just because that was a lot of weird energy for a 24-hour period. You know, just
Yeah,
like
I think
normal.
Tennant paces for a minute just to kind of get some of the like awkward energy out.
It's so valid of them, frankly.
You do a lot of knitting that night.
Most comes out, there's just a whole like 20-foot scarf.
Yeah, it's like half wrapped around them as they like continue to knit. But yeah, the next day arrives. You're now well on your way to your next destination, of which you have no idea. Tennant's been fucking around with some coordinates again, and has assured you that the next place that they stop off will be less of a clusterfuck.
Sure.
But yeah, you get like a brisk knock on your quarters. Do they share a bed that night, out of interest?
I think Rose doesn't invite Tennant in, but I also think if there is like a moment, doesn't like fight it in any way. Like, very much, it depends on, I think, if he brings it up.
Okay, I think as they're like kind of getting ready for bed that night, he's kind of like in the doorway. Is, you know, sharing a bed seems less awkward now, just given that, you know, we were in a heart-shaped one covered in petals last night, and if, you know, we can get through that.
I see. You know, if you want to sleep with me, you can just ask.
Forward.
Would you like to sleep in the bed? I really wouldn't mind either way. And I feel like I mean, it's a beautiful view up there, but it can't be very comfortable. So
yeah, kind of like rolls a shoulder. There's like a loud crack, and he kind of winces.
Oh
Like,
God.
Yeah. Rose,
Tennant.
may I sleep with you tonight?
Yes, you may. Thank you for asking so politely. I think that's maybe the most polite you've been to me since I got here.
What are you talking about? I'm always polite. I make you breakfast every morning. What are you talking about?
That is true. That is true. I'll be honest, I'm a princess. I didn't really notice it, that it was out of the ordinary until you just said it just now. But yeah, if you'd like to.
Okay.
Great.
I think the difference between this night in this bed is just so... It's almost like the relief is so great that it isn't like as bad as it was the previous night, that it makes it so much easier. And I think Tennant's like, it's a much smaller bed, so Tennant's not really able to be as careful about like staying on their side of the bed. Kind of probably like has their arms like up above their head, but like one arm is kind of like encompassing you anyway. But it's just...
I'm gonna roll a luck check to see if at some point in the night she rolls over onto you on accident.
Oh my god.
Nope, not tonight. I think probably like catches themselves and then like squints in the darkness and goes, oh shit, and goes back over.
Tennant, yeah, had a really bad sleep the previous night, so it's just really tired.
Yeah.
Just like dead to the world. And I guess if you wake up in the morning, there's just like an arm around your waist.
I think Rose wakes up, processes this, pretends to be asleep, doesn't say anything about it. I think is just happy that things are not awkward between them. And there is like doesn't mind it very much, and so it's not worth it to like to make the joke that they would have made if this had happened like a week ago.
Yeah.
Just stays asleep.
Yeah, you feel Tennant stir not long afterwards. That arm, like, they kind of, their body tenses and that arm is, like, very quickly withdrawn. And then they get up and just kind of wordlessly leave the room. And the next time you see him is, he arrives with a plate of, like, haphazardly, like, thrown together, like, cheese and bread and, like, dried meats. And just kind of, like, pops it on the end of the bed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Sleep well?
Better than last night, yeah.
Yeah. Same, I'd imagine. Thank you for this, by the way.
Oh, you're well. It was just my duty as the princess's server.
We're kind of towing on the line of no titles there, but I'll allow it.
Okay.
So
that's just what friends do.
Is that what we are? We've escalated from business partners to friends.
I hate to say it, Rose, but we were never business partners.
No, what were we then?
Very reluctant acquaintances.
I see.
So friends is a big step up.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, you know. I think it really shows our maturity that we could become such good friends.
Well, today, the dynamic is strictly master and student, because if you remember, we have a lesson today.
I see. And just to be clear, I will not be calling you Master Tennant at any point.
That's fair. That feels weird.
Yeah, just a bit. But, I'm really looking forward.
Sir, if you want.
Not going to do that either, but thank you for offering. Appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to learning from such a storied and accomplished sword fighter such as yourself. I imagine you've seen quite a bit of battle out on the seas. Or, I mean, you've very clearly made it very clear you're not a pirate, so on land? On any field you chose?
Yeah. I can't, it's not time yet. It's not time for the lesson, and I think I demonstrate much better, with real life demo. Talking is pointless, but
that is, I hear the number one rule of teaching someone how to do something, which is don't say anything about it at all.
What? I guess my style is more instinctual and less technical.
Right, well, I very much look forward to getting an up-close and personal tour of your instincts.
You should.
Great. So we didn't really set a time for this.
I did say noon.
Great. Well, then I'll see you at noon.
Okay, I'm gonna go captain the ship.
You do that. Tennant. I was going to say captain there, but I corrected myself because titles are off the table. So
proud of you.
Thank you.
Does a very quick little curtsy and then runs out of the room before you can
I think very dramatically rolls their eyes, but then also watches him go. You got to put on the front,
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Rose eats and then goes to change into very much cautious of towing the line between making it clear that they do know how to sword fight and know how to be prepared for that, but also not wearing something ridiculous. And so I think changes into just a white shirt that's tucked in, and then does that thing where it's a skirt, but then you pull the back of it through and tuck it into a belt, so it's kind of pants adjacent. Just kind of a nice fall colors. And eventually will come back out holding the sword that he gave them in a way that she knows is not correct. It's right, sorry to interrupt you. I believe it's noon.
Sorry he turns around. Yeah, he turns around. I can see that. Kind of gives you a very obvious look up and down. You're holding that wrong.
Am I?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to hold it then?
Like walks over to like, you know, an area on the ship, kind of pulls out a sword. It does not. Here's the thing: this sword looks really new. It's clearly you've seen it on the ship before. It does not look used.
Sure.
It's almost like a display piece, right? It's almost like it came with the ship. This sword has not been used before, but he kind of like picks it up, does like a weird little like flourish. Yeah, I kind of beckons you over.
Rose kind of like very carefully swallows a laugh, and then we'll walk over and kind of start like looking at their hand out like that. Then
stands behind you, kind of like puts his arms around you and like fixes your grip on the sword. Like that.
I see. I think Rose swallows another laugh at the knowledge that it's probably not correct. The way that he's instructed her to hold it. Right. Yes, I see. That feels correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think of it as like against kind of starts doing like weird little circles, like kind of like swings with this sword. It's just so clear that this is all just like showmanship and like there's no real like technical skill involved, but it like looks flashy. It's like yeah, it needs to feel like an extension of your arm. Yeah.
Yes. And how does one go about making sure that the sword feels like an extension of your arm? Is there like a methodology to that, or?
Again, it's just instinct. It just comes with practice.
Instinct. Right. Okay. Yes, I understand. All right. I'll have to work on my instincts then, I think, probably. Because at the moment it does feel like a sword. But you know, I haven't been in as many big fights as you have, I'm sure. So.
Are you mocking me, Rose?
No.
Right. Insight check. There's a 3.
I shit you not, I also rolled a 3, but my deception is probably higher.
Oh, sure.
I got a 10.
Okay.
I think you catch like the glimpse, like a little twinkle of laughter in her eyes, but kind of like, no, why would I be mocking you?
I think Tennant just puts it down to he knows you to be incredibly sarcastic and is just like, yeah, that adds up. And is like, do you want to practice? I'll be very, you know, these are real swords. You can get real injuries from them, but...
Right. So just to clarify, you want to spar?
It's just helpful to feel how... Don't laugh, Rose. This is very serious. You've got to take it seriously.
I'm taking it. It's very serious, and you know, I'm very new to this, and so I wouldn't. I mean, if you think I'm ready,
I'll go easy on you.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you for doing that. It's very kind of you.
Okay. Do you want to like roll against each other?
Yes. Would you say it's fair to give myself advantage in this situation?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
I also think though that like the way this is, Tennant doesn't go straight into trying to fight you. I think he like first of all shows you like the move he's gonna do, and then is like kind of demonstrates a very awkward like way for you to block, and then like kind of moves very slowly on this first one.
I think what I'm actually going to do, instead of rolling, like, attacks with advantage, I'm going to roll a performance check, I think.
Okay.
Oh, that's so good. Mish, your dice roll so well. I got a 22.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I only got a 17, so I
think, like... Tennant makes a move, and Rose does the same, but, like, tries to, like, angle it a little different. Or, like, make it seem like their grip on it is a little bit shakier. Like, just enough to be, like, passing, but not so much as to ever give it away. That they actually know what she's doing. Yeah,
the swords, like, clash with each other, and Tennant's like, oh, okay. Okay, good. That's good. It's a bit shaky.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, let me just, and I think she's going to adjust her grip to be correct and go, is this, I mean,
Yes.
I don't want to, that's all right?
I mean, your thumb is a little bit out of, like, but
I see. Okay. Is it, yeah?
Yeah, that...
Because this does feel a little more like an extension of my arm if I hold it like this.
Okay, good. As long as it feels right. This. Right. I think Tennant is just still trying to work out if you're making fun of them or not. And is like... Okay, are you ready to try again?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean, yeah, I think... Why? Am I doing badly? Should we stop?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Then yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Chris, that's a nat 20. I shit you not.
I got a 13, so...
Yeah, I think Rose, like, blocks it really well, and then kind of, like, with the, like, a little bit of pressure, lets the tip of it kind of, like, give a little bit, so it slides, and Tennant feels like he's pushing a little bit harder than they are. Okay. Right. Yeah. Should I mean, do you think I should try and hit... I mean, you're very good at this. I imagine you wouldn't let me. But just to practice, like, trying to hit
Oh, you want me to block instead of you blocking?
Yeah, I mean, just it'd be good practice, I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna... Yep. Okay, that's
Oh my god.
What?
I rolled a 2.
I rolled a 16.
Okay.
So I think, if I may, in this moment, I think Rose goes to do it, like, to hit in a way that they think is safe. And Tennant does not block correctly, and so the blade slides and does not block, and Tennant gets, like, a gash across his eye.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, shit, drops the sword. Are you okay? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought you were gonna block it. And, oh my god.
Yeah, as soon as, like, Tennant, like, fucking recoils back as this, like, sword, like, kind of swipes across their face, and is, like, kind of frozen for a minute, and then, like, ow! What the
I'm so sorry.
fuck?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh my god!
You
Fuck my
blocked
eye.
in the rocks with the sword, and I thought it was gonna be fine.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna kind of, like, reach up and start trying to, like, pull his hands off of his face. So I can...
There's just, like, blood, like, there's this, like, gash across his eye, and there's just, like, dripping onto this white shirt. He's like, fuck!
I'm gonna take his face in my hands, like, firmly, and just kind of, like, swipe my thumb across where the gash is. And as I do, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds and kind of, like, seal it up just faintly so there's, like, a scar, but it's not bleeding anymore. Just go, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I thought you were gonna block it, and I didn't expect you to block in that spot, and so it slipped.
It's fine.
Are you okay? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm fine. It didn't even hurt.
Uh-huh. It was just quite a bit of blood, and,
Yeah.
Are you sure you're okay? I'm so sorry.
My face, Rose. My face.
I mean, scars are hot, you know? Not that you have one, because I healed it really well. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Are you sure? I feel really bad.
No, don't feel bad. Just kind of, like, looking at, like, looks between you and, like, the sword on the ground, and then, like, looks at you again, and is like...
And she's still holding your face, by the way. Just, like, panicked.
Just, like, takes your hands in his and, like, pulls them down and kind of, like, holds them here.
Mm-hmm.
You've definitely held a sword before.
Yeah, darling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a princess. They teach us how to fight in case, you know, people climb through our windows and try to kidnap us. So you were having so much fun, and I didn't want to ruin the moment.
What do you
and
mean
I thought...
you can fight? You never even... We've been on this boat for 3 weeks, and you never... Okay,
I haven't had to. I'm sorry. It was very charming, the lesson, and I didn't want to ruin the moment because I was enjoying it, and you looked so happy and pleased with yourself, and...
I'm glad. you had fun, even if I have been permanently maimed.
I mean,
your
it
hand.
suits you, you know, with the tattoos and the air of mystery.
Is it really that bad? Fuck.
It suits you.
Okay.
And I think for the first time, Rose kind of realizes how close they're standing, and like flushes a little bit, but doesn't move.
I think Tennant realizes he's still holding your hands and kind of like goes to let go of them, but then kind of like adjusts his grip, so he's kind of like holding them like more securely. I think that ends the sword lessons, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, I think it is probably for the best.
Yeah.
Just see, because like, you know, the one scar thing, it works, but I think 2, then people just kind of start to question.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Stopping at 1, it's good.
And I'd appreciate it if you didn't, you know, maim me again, given that I've been so gentlemanly on this trip. In taking you halfway across the galaxy, and
I mean, in fairness, you did try to kidnap me, and I am paying you for it. I don't think we can necessarily mark that under the gentleman column.
I think Tennant's eyes kind of like flicker a minute as if he remembers that like he is being paid for this. He's like, right.
Yeah, fair deals and all of that.
Kind of like lets go of your hands.
I think her hands kind of sit there for a minute longer than they should, and then just kind of like folds them. Right.
Well. Good thing I know how to get blood out of clothes.
Yep.
Do you want to look very worried?
Yeah. No, I'm great. I'm fine. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. We can. You can. Not we. I don't know what I would do to help you fix the blood on your shirt. Yep.
Well, you can heal wounds, but you can't magic away a stain.
I can make it look like it's gone, but it'll still be there, and also it'll come back in like a minute.
Just like laughs at you, and like I think at this point one of the like flowers like kind of like tumbles from your hair, and he like reaches out a hand and just like catches it. You drop that.
Sorry. Do you want me to take it back? God forbid you have flowers and blood on the deck of your ship. So
like offers it out to you. Go. I mean, it is yours.
The thing is, I do have blood all over my hands. Would you mind?
Tucks it. You braided his hair, and he like tucks it into a braid like behind their ear. Like just the kind of like looks at the shirt, very resignedly is like, well, that's ruined, and like rips off like a bottom like strip of it, and then just like takes your hands again and starts like wiping the blood off of them like very gently.
I mean, I'm the reason you bled. I don't think you should have to do this, but thank you anyway.
Just like it gives you like a look. You can insight check it.
Yeah, I'd love to do
like
that. Just for fun. That is a... Where's my insight? 16.
I think it's like they meet eyes. There's like a very like palpable like shift in the air, and he's like holding your hands again, and then there's just this like sudden like weird tension, and he's not looking away from you.
I think Rose is like very pink. Like the freckles are popping out there. She's flushing a lot. Like her eyes are like a much brighter kind of green as they look at him. It's the weird tension in the air again. We should probably do something about that at some point, because it's going to make things very weird on board the ship if we don't address it. So.
Address why you're blushing.
I'm not blushing.
You definitely are.
It's hot outside.
Like, looks at the overcast, like, incoming rain. Looks like it's about to rain.
Oh, wonderful. That'll cool me off then.
He tucks like the piece of hair that like the rose or the flower like tumbled from like behind an ear. If it's okay with you, I think I'd like to address that tension now.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, someone should, because otherwise it's just going to get really awkward. And it just kind of starts rambling. Like, it's going to get really awkward between us. And, like, we have a really long way to go. And so I think it would be
a hand, like, comes to your chin.
Didn't address that.
I'm going to kiss you.
Great. Yep. Lovely.
And he takes your face in his hands and he kisses you.
Like, hauls by the shirt front, truly. Like,
okay!
Love to see it. Yeah. I love them.
The first Rosecolt kiss.
We did it, folks. And I think that feels like a good part for a break.
Yeah.
Amazing. Come back and join us in just a few minutes to find out how everything goes really well and nothing bad happens. Even a little bit.
100%. Bye! Hello, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your little break. We did. Anyway, here's the second half of this so normal, very fun time that we're gonna have.
Nothing bad gonna happen.
Nah, not at all. So, it's been 4 weeks. We lead into week 4. And Rose and Tennant are on a beach. The ship has just been very huff.
Yep.
You know what? I'm gonna redo that entire thing.
It's all right. You're doing a great job, and I'm so proud.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hi, welcome back. We are.
You're doing so good, and I'm proud of you. You're unstoppable. You are a force of nature.
Okay, I'm gonna count me in. Hello and welcome back. We missed you very much. We are moving into week 4 of this strange journey that Rose and Tennant are on. And we open on this new scene on a beach. Tennant and Rose's ship has been very messily parked on this strip of pure white sand. There's a deep trench in, like, kind of scarring the beach as, it seems as though the ship has made a almost crash landing, but not quite. It's just there wasn't a port here, and Rose and Tennant fancied going to the beach. So that is where they are now, sat together on this soft white sand, these clear blue waters that glitter with astral stars. And they're just kind of watching the very gentle tide roll in and wash up at their feet. Tennant has their hair undone again, rebelliously so, and it kind of is strewn all over their shoulders, and they're just kind of leaning back and feeling the sun on their face, much like a cat basks in like a patch of sunlight. Tennant is taking full advantage of the fact that the weather has improved and is just got their eyes closed and is just warming themselves.
I think Rose is seated like just to their left, like slightly over their shoulder, and has like a small piece of hair and is just braiding it out of spite. Just like not enough to make any kind of difference, but I think there's like 3 already in his hair, just based on how much time they've been sitting here doing this. And gets like halfway down with one, and like their hands stop. She goes, I just realized I haven't taught you any magic. I'm failing on a deal.
I'd say it's been plenty magical. What?
That was cheesy.
Sorry, forgive me.
No, I mean, really, just, you have to be careful. People are going to think there's something going on between them, so.
Heaven forbid. Oh, no. What, the seahorses?
Yeah, seahorse is very gossipy. You'd be surprised.
Really? That's the first I've heard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how they like it. You never know. So business is all over. I bet all the fishes have a lot to say about you and me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of things? Leans forward. Hair immediately falls in their face again.
Rose, like, the glowers a little bit, and then just, like, pushes it back over the top of your head. It's like, well, see, we're in public, and I don't think it would be really appropriate to talk about it here, but trust me, they're talking about some things.
This beach is abandoned. That's why I came here.
That's what they want you to think. No, but seriously, I promised you I'd teach you magic. And I have it.
Right. Well.
And I mean, our first lesson went really well between us. So, nothing bad happened.
Kind of like winks an eye at you, the now kind of like white scar still very visible, that kind of cuts through his eyebrow. I mean, as far as I remember, it ended quite well.
Yeah, it sorted itself out.
Mm.
And she'll kind of reach in and just like press a gentle kiss over like the spot on his brow that it cuts through. Right then, you want to learn some magic, Tennant?
Yeah, I guess that's what we agreed.
Well, you sound so excited about it now. We have to.
I'm just not a very magic kind of guy. I'm better.
See, this is me knowing I could make a joke and choosing not to. I just want us all to remember this moment as a moment I took the high road. So.
Oh yeah, because that's something you do so often.
Yes, it is, and I'm glad you've noticed. But I mean, maybe you're not a magical person because you've never tried. Have you ever tried before?
How would I? No. How would I try?
There you go. Oh, close your eyes. What? What do you think I'm gonna do?
I shudder to think.
Closes
his eyes.
Right now, raise your hands in the air, all the way up. No, all the way up.
You're fucking with me.
I'm not. I would never. No, all the way up, like. Now wiggle them around a little.
Rose, I swear to fucking God.
You can hear her laughing. I'm sorry. I just.
No, it's fine. You don't want to take it seriously. I'm fine.
No, no, I'm sorry. I'm taking it so seriously. Okay, no, but really, give me your hands. I'm not fucking around. I'm a very serious teacher, I'll have you know. And I think kind of like takes the one hand you've got stretched and like pulls it a little bit into their lap and takes your other one and stretches it out. And then like rests her elbows in your palms and like reaches around to touch your like the back of your what is that, elbow, bicep, whatever, and goes, okay, really, close your eyes and just take a breath.
I'm breathing.
Would you trust me?
Okay.
Okay, now take a breath. Do it less sarcastically.
I'm breathing. How can I breathe sarcastically?
My eyes are open. I could see the expression that you made when you did it. Look, I mean, you know, if you don't want to,
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm. And I think Rose like closes their eyes as well and kind of like squeezes your arms a little bit and like breathes in with you and breathes out with you. And I think you can kind of feel like on your arm like a little hum of magic that like she is summoning from their little like pool of magic and is trying to like give you some kind of access to. That's right. You feel that?
Weird tickling. Yep.
Okay, well, it probably feels like that because you're fighting it, because you're very stubborn. And I say that with, you know, affection. I do. That's magic. You just kind of have to open yourself up to it.
I'm only doing this because it's part of the deal. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you'll recall, it's the part of the deal that was on your end.
Yep.
There we go. Now just kind of feel that. Let it sit here between us. And what?
You're saying there's magic between us?
Yes, I am, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
Alright. Now, and she's gonna like summon a little bit more, and I think you feel like a breeze kind of around the two of them as just a little bit of wind like starts to encircle them and goes, okay. Now just, this is gonna sound
okay.
stupid, but okay. You just, why are you scrunched up like that?
I'm not.
Okay, great. Just imagine yourself reaching out and picking up some of it, like dipping your hand in a pool of water. Just cup it.
What?
And let it out.
This is not gonna. It's not gonna work. It's
the wind kind of dies. You're self-conscious.
I'm not. It's just it doesn't work. I'm not. It doesn't work. I'm better with my hands.
Yes, I'm well aware. I think she's gonna just like almost like not annoyed, but like lovingly exasperated. Just like take one of your hands and like put her hand underneath it, and is gonna cast minor illusion. So there's like a little burst of rose petals, so that the magic has to like travel from your hand also. Yeah.
Okay.
See?
Feel
what? I know it doesn't hurt.
It's like a static, you know, static shock.
I guess a bit, yeah. That's what magic feels like, to me at least.
Okay.
Great. So
I can do magic.
Yeah, yeah. Go on then. Go ahead.
Just like kind of looks past your shoulder and their eyes kind of like smolder a little bit, and then you kind of feel this like hum, and it's probably similar to the feeling as magic, but it's much darker, and there's this kind of like burst of like pressure behind you, and if you look over your shoulder there's just this like cloud of black. It's like swirling darkness. See?
Rose kind of like looks at, oh, that's actually quite good.
Thank you.
You've been hiding that from me.
No.
What else can you do?
It disappears.
Right.
I can do other things, but that would be painful for you. So.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So everything that I said about imagining, ignore that. Whatever that feels like for you, you do that. Like that, the way the magic feels for you, use that. But like, imagine that same, and she kind of like does the puff of petals again. This is a good place to start with. This is like what they teach children in Everglen how to do. This is like the first one. So I think it's probably about your level.
You're not making me feel any better about this.
I mean, you're doing a great job. Really, the best student I've ever had. And I've had a lot.
Stop, let me try again. Like grabs your hand.
Does the same thing again and summons up that same like magic kind of like static between them. All right, go on.
He like stares at his own like palm cupped in yours, and you see his eyes like flicker again and grow brighter, and you feel his hand grow very hot.
Like uncomfortably, or just like
not uncomfortably, but like you're touching something very like warm. And it's almost like the veins in his arm kind of like glow a little bit. And then there's this like puff of like petals, but they're bright orange.
Incredible. Rose, look, you did it.
Yeah, fucking did it. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, you.
Magic. I'm so good at magic.
You also, I mean, I think it helps that you were a really marvelous teacher.
Okay.
And it also doesn't help probably that your teacher is like, doesn't hurt. It's like really attractive and charming. And just hot.
Motivational for sure.
Yeah, I could imagine. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you know. What?
What else?
Oh, you want to do more?
Yeah, it was easy.
Right. I think Rose, like, has this kind of, like, very surprised but, like, delighted expression. It's like, yeah, okay. Right, I guess we'll keep going then.
I'm not being funny, but, you know, rose petals, as pretty as they are, it's not really going to be very useful for me.
No, I mean, you didn't seem all that enthusiastic about it. I figured I was going to have to...
I was enthusiastic. It was just... it was the wrong method for me, but now we found the right one.
I see. All right. Well, I'm glad that we have found a good method to cultivate the magic between us. See, that was me not taking the high road.
Right.
Just so you have a frame of reference. All right. Yeah. We'll keep looking. I'm gonna kiss you first. I feel like we should get that out of the way, and then we can carry on.
This is definitely a reward system. Yeah.
Yes. You know, positive reinforcement is really important in the teaching process.
Just grabs you and kisses you.
Yeah. And yeah, they're probably on that beach for a long time. There's all I'm really about that. And I think Rose does like try to keep up with the magic lessons. I don't know how many more they have.
I don't think you ever get past the petal stage.
Yeah, you know, but nothing
you
like trying.
No, you totally try. But I think as soon as it becomes apparent that anything past like petals is just a little bit like Tennant immediately is like it's just not working.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing a great job. You know, we'll get there. We have a couple weeks?
I have different skills, all right? I'm a very skilled individual actually, and sometimes magic is just not for everyone, and that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't build things, so we all have strong suits, and that's okay.
You have got better at knitting, though.
I'm alright. I'm okay. I'm getting there. I've almost learned how to go down. And that feels... no. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you for the...
Yeah.
Magic lessons. What should I... like... Ma'am? How do we address teachers?
No, certainly not that one. No. I don't know. You're creative. You'll come up with something. Not ma'am, though. That feels weird.
I'll think on it.
You let me know when you figure it out.
Will.
Great. Excellent. Okay. Great. And I think we'll kind of pan from there to a couple days later. I think Rose still like sun-soaked from the beach. I imagine she's, you know, like when you're out in the sun for a long time and then you just conk the fuck out. I feel like Rose, who is not used to this much sun, kind of sleeps very well for the next couple days. And I think one morning in particular, Tennant wakes up to find Rose is like sprawled, I imagine, like on their chest. But it is not a red head of hair that greets him. It is one that is like emerald green. The flowers are different. Now it's like, I have to scroll to spring. Hello. The flowers are different, and now it's like lily of the valley and Lenten roses and lilac and irises. The smell in the air is very much like fresh cut flowers and rain, but like not like a storm, just like gentle rain. There's a ton more freckles across her shoulders. Their skin is a little bit warmer, and I mean she's conked out, but it's definitely green hair.
Yeah. I think when Tennant wakes up, it takes him a minute to notice.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of like... I think they notice the smell first and are kind of like blinking like groggily, and then are like tense up as soon as they see the green, and then remembers this familiar, you know, they're in a very different position now than the last time Rose changed season, but like relaxes, kind of brushes a piece of hair away from her face just to check that it's still her, and like, and then kind of like combs his hair, his fingers through your hair, and kind of like picks up some of the flowers and like looks at them, but he's just got this really like dumb, like soft smile on his face.
I think at like feeling your fingers through their hair, I think you get a muffled 5 more minutes. I'll be able to just I'm awake. Just resting my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Did you do this on my behalf?
Do what?
Well, green's my favorite color.
I think at that there's like a pause, and then you feel their shoulders get a little bit more tense as she like lifts her head. What?
Green. You're green.
Looks at her arm. No. I'm not.
Like brings like a strand of hair, like, and kind of like twirls it around. Yeah.
Oh. Yep. You know, it's one of those things.
One of those things.
Mm-hmm. You know how it is. Just shift.
I don't.
Sometimes.
I promise you I don't.
Right. I mean, you know, it's probably just, you know, tired. Really tired, so.
Green means tired?
Yep. Well, I mean, you keep keeping me up all night, so.
Are you lying to me, Rosie?
No.
God, tell me what it means.
No, it's just, you know, it's like, you know, Autumn was happy. This is just kind of, it's happy in a different way.
You never said Autumn was happy. You said it was being very annoyed and frustrated by Grumpy.
That,
you know,
I was being sarcastic.
What?
Yeah. I know it's a shock for me. Please take all the time you need to adjust to this strange reality.
Okay, Autumn is happy, Green is happy, yeah? What happens when you're... what's the next stage?
Like, in the happy?
Yeah.
This is
you
kind
just,
of...
like,
This is
explode?
kind of... Yep. Yeah, so you better be careful, you know, getting real close.
You just combust on me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why, you know, that's why I wasn't in this when you met me, because I was worried.
Right. Different kind of happy.
Different kind of happy. Good happy. Content.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
Content.
Hmm.
Okay.
I mean, you know, don't get a big head about it. You make me happy. So.
Can I have that in writing?
Maybe. Depends on how nice to me you are today.
I'm always very nice to you.
Mm-hmm.
I've been very nice. I took you to the beach. Actually.
You did take me to the beach. Yeah. And a brothel.
I did.
I guess
you took me to the brothel.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm winning.
I wasn't aware it was a competition. I think the odds are a bit stacked against me because I can't really take you anywhere else on account of this is your ship. But I did teach you magic. Well, more magic. So.
You did.
I did a really good job too.
Focuses again, and these like spray of like the petals are now green. You're like,
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh, see, that's good. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Oh goodness. In general, or today, or
Now?
I mean, I'm pretty happy where I am at the minute. I guess if we have to get out of bed, we might.
I never said that.
Excellent. Then I would love to stay here with you all day. Is what I would
Okay.
like to do. I think that would really keep me in green in spring. Just stay here all day.
Oh, that's it. Oh, well, you should have just said.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to play coy, you know. Didn't want
Right.
to come across too forward between us.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't want to give the wrong impression.
No, not at all. You've given the exact
Mm-hmm.
right impression.
Thank you.
He kisses you.
Yeah. They stay there like that all day, probably.
Say that again, you cut out.
Oh, I said they stay there like that all day, probably.
You literally, I'm so sorry you cut out again because my Siri keeps going off and muting you.
They stay there like that all day, probably.
Great, so good. Good for them.
I agree.
So I think the following week goes much the same. Rose now in spring. They keep the ship on course to the next destination. One that, you know, Tennant is still being very coy about and won't quite let Rose know when she asks. And the atmosphere on the ship is about as positive and as happy as it's been so far. Rose in spring is clearly much happier than she's been in a long time. And Tennant as well, with like the better weather as like they kind of go through more and more sunny spells. It's like the heat of the sun makes his disposition far more easy to be around. But there is an afternoon where I think Rose is maybe just... I think they've settled into a routine where like Tennant is kind of doing odd little bits around the ship, maintaining the engine, stuff like that, and Rose will kind of just like perch near where he is and they chat and enjoy each other's company. But there's an afternoon where Tennant's just steering and fiddling with something at the front of the ship and takes out, you know, a little telescope that he has and is scanning the skies just to ensure that they're on the right path. But his entire like demeanor changes and he doesn't say anything, but you can immediately tell that something is wrong.
I think Rose kind of like was busying themselves on the other side of the ship, and walks over and goes, "You know, darling, tonight I was thinking." What?
Go inside.
What?
Just go inside right now.
What's wrong? I'm gonna start like looking to try and find the source of whatever.
Oh, you can make a perception check.
Yeah. That is, what's my perception bonus? 12. 15.
I think it takes you a minute, but I think you can see the direction that Tennant's looking at and kind of has the telescope lowered in, and on the very, very like edge of the horizon is just like a black dot. You can't really make it out, but
What?
Tennant's looking very intently at it
What
and
is
kind of
that?
has a hand up. It's just another ship. Will you go inside, please, Rosie?
Yeah. Are you okay? You seem
Yeah.
afraid. Or
What?
spooked or something.
I just don't want to cross paths with anyone.
Okay. And she'll kind of like take half step backwards and is looking at you like very clearly trying to get to the root of like whatever is causing this emotion. But she'll kind of go, I think, step into the doorway, but doesn't close the door, stays in the doorway, and just kind of like leans against it.
yeah, if you observe Tennant, he immediately springs into action. He's immediately pulling down all of the sails. He pulls down the kind of flag that marks his ship, and is tying up a lot of stuff. You see that he like brings out like his weapon and has it like easy accessible. It's usually like stored away in like a holster. And is immediately like steering the ship that it takes a very sharp turn and kind of just drifts into a patch of fog. And this process probably takes about 15 minutes, but as the other kind of black dot gets closer, you do see that it's another much larger ship. But before it kind of gets too close, you just disappear into a bank of fog. And I think only then does like Tennant relax a little bit and kind of look around to call you back and sees you watching him. You can come out, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah. I'll kind of like hesitantly cross some of the distance, but stop a little bit off. Is everything okay? That was a ship, yeah?
He's just staring into this fog, which is kind of funny on the surface because like there's just no way he should be able to see anything, but it's like you don't make fun of him because it's very clear that he knows what he's looking at and looking for. And what?
Is everything okay?
It's fine. Yeah, we just redirected us. You should just give, other ships a wide berth. It could be pirates on these seas.
And we're not friends with pirates?
No.
Okay. You haven't told me a lot about your family or anything, so I'm kind of working blind here.
I mean, you got two kinds of pirate, right? Most of them are very upstanding members of the community, protect the galaxy, all that noble stuff. I don't think they'd take kindly to someone like me. And then you've got the bad pirates. And I just don't want to run into them because I don't want the drama.
I see. Okay.
Sorry, I feel like I've stolen you of a fun adventure.
No, I mean,
it's
all right. And I'll kind of like cross the rest of the distance and like reach out and like kind of rub your arm a little bit. No, it's okay. I haven't seen you unsettled like that before, so
I'm not unsettled. I'm just focused.
You're a little unsettled.
I'm just looking after your safety.
My knight in shining armor.
Something like that. What?
Yeah.
You haven't ever... What? Any scary pirate stories? You just...
I mean, I've read books, but not in person. Why, do you want to tell me a scary pirate story? I'd love to hear one.
It won't be a bodice ripper like you tend to
a shame.
peruse.
I think you'll have to tell me a bodice ripper pirate story after then, just to make it up to me.
I can give you a bodice ripper pirate story.
But you said you're not a pirate, so...
No, I'm not.
She kind of like motions for you to like tell this scary pirate story, and that's gonna hop up on a railing. Please, by all means.
Okay. Leans against a railing as well. Scariest pirate, worst pirate that ever was someone called the Demon. His name was Wayland Rosecolt, and he's a real pirate, by the way. This is not a story.
No, I believe you.
Good. He spent a bit of time where you're going, actually. The Elec Empire.
Did he?
they have something there called the Ant Farm. It's, rich people place bets on poor criminals who are killing each other to escape some underground arena.
Right.
Very sinister. But this demon, he won the game single-handedly, just massacred it. And when he left, he formed a pirate crew with the people that survived alongside him. And they became known as the Sea Devils.
Mm.
And they, ravaged the skies for the next however many decades. Just taking whatever and whoever they wanted, killing, kidnapping. And then one day, the demon disappeared. And no one ever saw him again, presumed dead. They hope. But in his stead, he left all these, kids of his, and no heir. And so they tore each other apart. One of his daughters, his eldest, wanted to continue the pirate legacy of the Sea Devils in her father's honor. And another one thought they could make a different kind of life. She wanted to use their resources and settle on a base and form an empire. And so, sibling, murdered sibling, pirate, murdered pirate. They called it the Rosecolt War. And the latter sister won out. And the Sea Devils became no more. Half of them were exiled, scattered across the galaxy. And what remains is a thriving criminal empire. He's playing with a ring on his finger, and you look down and it's just this you've seen it before. He wears it all the time. It's this silver crow's head.
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second. I'm going to adjust my lighting real quick because it's very bright all of a sudden. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I think Rose actually, I'm gonna, Jesus, really dog shit for the first time. I think Rose squints at you a little bit and looks down at the ring and reaches out a little bit to grab your hand and pull you closer. Go, I see. That is a very scary pirate story. Is that who we're running from then, this demon?
As I said, the demon's dead.
Presumed dead.
Trust me, he would have made himself known by now if he was not.
So then, who are we hiding from in this fog?
Well, you never know when you might run into a sea devil.
And I'm assuming this is a story you haven't just read?
No.
Okay.
He takes a sharp breath.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the words are kind of in his mouth, but he kind of keeps looking at you and looking away.
Look, I'm not one to pry into family business that you don't want to speak about, because God knows I have enough of my own. But if there's anything that you want to share with another person, I'm happy to help you carry it, however I can. So,
It's old history. I don't carry it anymore.
Okay. Kind of like reaches up a hand to kind of like smooth like her knuckles against your cheek. Okay. It's alright. Well, now you have to tell me the bodice ripper one, because that was very scary, and, you know, I'm really glad you're here, because if I was by myself, it'd be very scary, but I feel very protected and safe now that you're here, so.
I don't like how you mock me, Rosie.
Why did you assume I was mocking?
It's just a heavy sarcasm.
It's just kind of how I communicate with people. Probably something I should unpack, but not today.
Not today. I don't have any bodice rippers off the top of my head, but I can certainly show you one.
Oh, really?
We just have to sit in this fog for a while longer, so...
Oh, I mean, if it's the safe thing to do, then... I suppose we might as well.
Just, like, does, like, a little, like, half bow and, like, an after you, like, gesture.
Rose kind of like hops down and like looks at you and rolls her eyes a little bit, and then we'll go walk off into the room. Amazing. I think Rose does not pry at any point again on this trip, because I think she understands better than anyone that sometimes there are pieces in family history that should just go untouched unless someone wants to talk about it. So let me change the music real quick. And I think we find Rose and Tennant a couple days later, still all curled up. Probably, I like to think in like the window seat, like they were just kind of talking and then they both dozed off in this big window kind of out into the astral, where little flecks of light have started to appear. Rose is asleep, but I think Tennant catches sight of what's outside.
I think Tennant kind of has Rose kind of like nestled against his chest, and he's practicing braids in her hair and kind of like braiding along like the side around her ear, and then like looks up at the sky and then just kind of like flicks her ear a little bit. Rosie.
Yeah.
Wake up.
I'm awake. I'm wide awake. I'm just resting my eyes at the moment.
Okay. Well, you're gonna miss the giant space jellyfish outside.
There's like a beat. The what? She's awake. Oh my god. What?
This is the next thing I wanted to show you.
Can we go out on the deck?
No, you get stung.
Oh. Okay. Alright, okay.
Just close her up.
Okay, you were joking. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Kind of like still half awake, like a little kid on Christmas, kind of like stumbles after you a little bit out onto the deck. Would you like to describe what it looks like out on the deck with all these jellyfish?
Yeah, it's almost like the night. It's very dark. This kind of dark indigo sky, but there are these streaks of almost like northern lights-esque violet like streaks of light in the sky, and kind of dancing around them are these just huge astral ethereal looking jellyfish. I think one is kind of like the size of almost the entire ship, and they kind of surround the ship and they like kind of gently bob around each other in this strange sort of dance. And it's just both of them are kind of lit in this like silver purple light that kind of emanates from them. There's no stars, but there isn't any needed because they're just glowing.
Yeah, I think Rose has taken the blanket with her. It kind of has it like over their shoulders, and it's just like staring up at it. Wow, look at that. This is amazing.
It's better than Titty Moon, right?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. no hate to Titty Moon, but this is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot more to see out here.
Yeah?
And you won't find space jellyfish in the Elec Empire.
I think Rose kind of like glances away from the jellyfish for a moment to like look at your face cast in this like silver and purple light. And just, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. And like looks back out at the sky. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine this anywhere else but here in this moment with you, so. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I just thought when I left it would be different and easy, and I guess I thought I knew what I wanted. But, I mean, I didn't imagine this was out here. Or a lot of things. I don't know.
What do you want? You're clearly going there for a reason. To be a queen.
It's what I've always wanted. But, I don't know. I think that, you know, there was just a lot of things that I didn't imagine could be around for me before. And I hadn't seen a lot of things, and so I don't know, I guess it just I thought it would be different, and I don't know. But I mean, what do you I mean, I know you want contract magic and everything, but I mean, surely there's more than just that, like, what, this job?
The magic isn't for me, it's for my mother.
Ah. So then what is it that you want?
I don't know. Don't have much of a choice. This is just what I do. And I've managed to carve out a job for myself where I can, you know, leave from time to time and see things like this and have a little bit of freedom, but I have to go home. Always.
Yeah. I guess sometimes it's hard to see the things you want past the things you feel like you have to do, you know? But I just, you know, being out here, it's just, I love seeing all of this with you and in general, and yeah. Kind of makes you wish it could be like this forever. You know? Sight like this.
If it was like this all the time, I think you'd lose appreciation for it.
Right, yeah. No, you're right.
But kind of like pulls the blanket a bit tighter around you and kind of like hugs you from behind and rests a chin on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice whilst it lasts.
Yeah. It's really nice while it lasts.
I wanted you to see something real before you went wherever it is you're going.
And I think they kind of like turn in your arms a little bit, and just with like an intensity that was not there before. Just thank you.
My pleasure.
I know it's really cold out here, but can we stay a bit longer?
We can stay as long as you like.
Okay. Yeah. And just kind of like tilts their head back to rest on your shoulder. And stands out there looking at everything silently. Mind going a million miles a minute, but just silently watching.
I think Tennant's mind is also kind of rolling over, but it doesn't know which direction. All he knows is that there's just this like hollow feeling inside their chest.
So sorry, give me 1 second. What? Yes. Sorry, yes. Yeah.
I think that's where they spend most of the evening.
Yeah, I think Rose truly stays out there, or tries to keep them out there until like the last of the jellyfish have passed and faded.
I think Tennant will grab like a bunch more blankets from the hold and help Rose up into the rigging, and kind of for the first time will climb up into the crow's nest and settle down.
Cute.
Yeah.
Sobbing, screaming, crying, throwing up, passing out, throwing up again.
So as we move into the last couple weeks of their journey, Tennant kind of keeps an eye on the course, a loose eye. And Rose, you find him like kind of late one evening down in like the lowest part of the ship, in like the lowest hold in the engine room. And the engine of this ship is this like giant ball of moss, and coming out of it, kind of crawling all along the walls and around the door frame, are these like thick twisting green vines. And you'll find Tennant in there. Kind of, he's got this like bucket of water next to him. He's kind of sat cross-legged, for want of a better word, cupping water into his hands, and then you see his eyes glow a little bit, and the steam rises and condenses onto this like ball of moss as he like, in his odd sort of way, tries to like water it. And before he notices you can hear him like talking to this engine, and he's just like muttering under his breath, but he's just like got one hand on one of like the largest kind of like vines, and the other just kind of like grooming this moss. It's just very strange but endearing sight.
I think Rose like leans in the doorway for a few minutes, just kind of like enjoying this sight, and then a little bit of like nervous energy coming back into their shoulders. She kind of hi, making a friend there.
I'm making a friend. This is an old friend of mine.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You haven't introduced me, so I didn't know.
Oh, my apologies. Stretches out an arm to you.
I'll come and kind of settle in next to them.
This is Albert.
Right. Hello, Albert. Nice to meet you. I'm Rose. Kind of like reaches out as if gonna pat it, and then looks at you. Can I? Great. Yeah, kind of like gives it a very hesitant little pat.
There's this like hum. You kind of feel it almost like vibrate.
Oh. Is that the ship? Is that the...
Yeah.
Oh, that's neat. Kind of like leans down to look at it. You never struck me as the plant type.
I wouldn't say... I mean, I'm not, but, you know?
But Albert's a special case, I understand.
Albert's not a plant. He's more... No, he's definitely a plant.
Yeah. I was gonna let you have it, though.
Yeah. Well, I make special exceptions, as you know.
I'm sorry, shall I leave you and Albert alone? I don't want to intrude on a tender moment between the two of you.
No.
Right, so...
hey, I could be a plant guy.
Yeah.
If I wanted.
Okay. Do you want to be a plant guy?
I don't know what I want.
Right. Well, it's funny you say that because I was doing some thinking, and I, rude. I was thinking about what we talked about the other night, and
he's kind of still fiddling with like some of these like vines. Just this happens a lot. Tennant always has to be doing something with their hands whenever you talk to them. So if you like kind of talk for longer than 30 seconds at a time, they're still listening, but they're not looking at you.
I think Rose is also looking at Albert just for like awkwardness, or not like, but like nervousness reasons. I was thinking about what we were saying, and I think that even though we have things that we have to do, that it's really important that we both chase after our dreams and the things that we want to do. And to that effect, I think we shouldn't limit ourselves to what we feel is right to do, but should go after the things that we want to do, whatever those may be. Yeah.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I mean, yeah, that sounds... Yeah, you should.
Yeah? Well, I just, I don't want either of us to feel boxed in by anything or held back by anything. And, I just want to make sure that we're both...
Rosie, takes your hand. I will be fine. I know. Maybe I will. Maybe I will go back and be a plant guy. And you will be a great queen. And you can be whatever kind of queen you want. You don't have to be in the Everglen anymore. And listen, the Aelic Empire is not my first choice of kingdom. You know my thoughts on that. But you're right. You shouldn't be boxed in by expectations.
Yeah. I know you've talked about going back, but I was just thinking, like, if there's something that you wanted that didn't involve going back, you should do it. You should chase it, whatever it is.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Glad to know you have such a vested interest in my career as a criminal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still kind of I don't know what he's doing with these vines, but I think he's kind of detangling. I think there's an area that's gotten detangled, so he's like very methodically straightening them out. Look, if you're worried about time, we're on track. It's fine. I know it.
Track for
the Empire. Oh, we can relook at the coordinates or whatever. See if we can, get you to where you want to go faster.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and you'll do what you want to do.
Yeah, it's worth a try. I don't think I know what that is yet.
Yeah. No, yeah, of course. Yeah, we've both got to find what we want. So.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I will leave you and Albert to your whatever it is that you're doing. Great. And kind of like pushes themselves up to standing and hovers next to you for a minute and looks like she wants to say something. And instead just kind of like leans in and presses a kiss to your temple.
You okay?
I'm gonna... yeah. And we'll leave if you don't stop them.
I think he kind of like watches after you for a minute, and this like hollow feeling is back in their chest. And he looks at you for just a long moment as you walk away. And then goes back to the engine.
Yeah, I think Rose leaves and goes and finds a room as far from this room as possible and cries at what they feel like was her saying, I don't want us to be boxed in by the expectations that we have, and instead I want you and I want a future together. And in her perception was told, I don't know what I want, but it's not you. And goes has a good cry about it. It's a normal time. And I think the rest of the day, I don't imagine they spend a ton of time together. I think Rose is always...
this is like pretty late at night, so I don't think they kind of see each other again until like Rose has gone to bed and Tennant like comes in after them, slides into bed, kind of wraps like 2 arms around her waist.
I think Rose is awake, but does not stir. I think, I mean, you can make like an insight check if you want to.
Like 17?
I think we might tie, actually. Yeah, I also got a 17.
Okay. I think he just kind of like presses a kiss to your shoulder.
I think there's a beat where Rose is trying to decide what to do, and then eventually her like hope that they've changed their mind, that he's gonna say something different, kind of wins out, and she like turns over her shoulder. Hey.
You right?
Yeah. Okay. Just thinking about a lot of things. You?
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. Thank you for everything that you've done. It means a lot to me. You know.
We had a deal.
Yeah. We did.
And kind of like takes your face in one of their hands, and I will uphold my end.
Yeah. Great. Good to hear, you know, business partners and all, so.
Come on, I think we're a little bit past that now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You know, a bit. You know, do you know what it is that you want?
I think I would like to go home, and you're right, I need to speak to my family about what it is I'm doing. I don't know how they're going to take it. Probably not well, given that I'm about 6 weeks late in returning home.
Yeah, they might be a bit upset. Just a bit.
Yeah. But hey, I can tell them that I made friends with a queen.
Yeah.
Actually, I probably won't tell them that. You don't know my mother, but she'd find a way to use that.
Yeah, I guess a clean break is better. If that's what you want. Just be easier. We should get some sleep. Probably.
Okay.
Okay.
You trust me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know. You don't have much reason to. I did attempt to kidnap you.
Yeah. Call it an instinct. I was supposed to learn that, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Get some sleep.
Yeah, you too. Mm-hmm. And I think we'll lean in and like kiss you and linger for just a second before kind of tucking her face into your shoulder. And it does not go to sleep, but tries to make it seem like they're asleep. For sure.
I think he just kind of unbraids your hair for the next while. Is just thinking about all the ways in which he wishes it could be different, and ultimately keeps coming and circling back to the same point, which is you are royalty, and his life comes with a lot of things that do not align with that. And in the conversations that you've had over these last 6 weeks, all you've kind of talked about is being able to stand on your own 2 feet at last and escape these trappings and be the queen that you are not allowed to be. And as hollow and as sick as it feels to drop you off in a place that he knows is not where you belong, he doesn't want to be yet another person telling you what to do with your life and how to do it. Because the last time he underestimated you, he got a gash over his eye. And ultimately, he has to know that you will be okay. And that's enough for him.
And I think Rose stays up. Actually, I don't think Rose sleeps. I think they're up all night thinking about the conversation that they've been having and the fact that, you know, Tennant is this person who travels the galaxy and sees everything and meets people and goes on adventures, and she's a princess who's been shut away her whole life, and like it's probably fun for a while, but you know, he's busy and she's busy, and I think that kind of like clean break that they said earlier, kind of just that she said and he didn't deny, just kind of like replays and replays and replays. And I think by the time morning comes, Rose, who has not slept, has kind of come up with this plan on what they feel like will help her survive this the best. And it's not a good plan, but it sure is a plan. I think the next morning, I think Tennant wakes up. It's still with Rose is still there and is asleep. Because Rose finally finally dozed off in the early hours of the morning. And everything seems fine, as far as they could tell. I mean, Rose is out. Everything is so chill and fine, probably.
Yeah, I think he is in no hurry to leave the bed. I think he enjoys the feeling of the weight of her on his chest and can't stop thinking about how this is probably one of the last few mornings they have like this. And hates how that sits in their gut, but knows there is ultimately nothing they can really do about it. So just enjoys your presence, rebraids your hair again that he spent a while undoing last night.
I think you get like halfway through the braid, and Rose kind of like stirs a little bit, and kind of like makes a little hum of just like approval. Hi, good morning.
Hi.
And then I think there's a moment where like their shoulders go a little stiff, and you can like feel that they are like actually awake. And she kind of pulls back a little bit. Hi. I'm gonna go get some breakfast. I'll see you there. It's already standing.
Oh, yeah. I can grab it.
No, it's up. Don't worry about it. It pulls on a little robe. It walks out of the room.
Okay. It's like squints after. Is like, we can check about it. Just kind of like stretches, gets dressed, and just kind of leisurely makes their way down to the kind of kitchen area.
In the short walk from the captain's quarters to the galley, I think Rose has like tried to steel themselves as much as they can for what she feels like she has to do, which is begin to push Tennant away just for her own fucking sanity, since they're leaving soon. And so I think like Tennant finds Rose seated in a place where there's no way a chair, like in a corner that a chair could not be pulled up beside necessarily, kind of like has some tea, has a little bit of breakfast, and is like hunched over a little bit at the table, just staring at the plate, but like eating.
I think he just grabs an orange from the kitchen.
God damn it. Sorry. Yeah, no, tell me all about how grabbing the orange. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And kind of like assesses the situation, sees that there's no way for him to kind of sit next to her, and just hoists himself up onto the table and sits cross-legged in front of her and just like starts peeling the orange. Like, you are thinking very hard. Careful.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine, thank you. There's a chair like right there. You don't have to sit up on the table like that.
Well, yeah, but I'd have to sit at the other end of the table.
God forbid.
Sorry, am I in your way?
No, I think it's good because we'll be parting ways fairly soon. So I think it's good if we probably get used to having personal space again.
Right. Kind of like is frowning and like takes this strip of orange and then like drops it on your plate in a very like, that's what I think about your personal space. But it's like he's trying to like get a smile out of you, like in a defiant way, and it's kind of like looking at you like, oh yeah?
I think Rose has not made eye contact with you this whole time, and you do this, and she like stops mid-bite and like blinks at it, and then just like looks up at you very levelly, but with that like kind of, it's not aggressive, but it's not like I'm having a fun time with this joke that we're having. It's very like, really? You're gonna push that? And just
like kind of takes a segment of orange and like offers it to you.
I'm alright, thanks. You're gonna be sailing a lot more than I am, so you probably need it. Don't want to get scurvy.
Yes, of course. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm great, you know? Just reevaluating everything as we get closer, getting ready to go. So that's all.
He kind of leans into you and like brushes back like kind of this unbraided piece of your hair and is like, did you have another nightmare?
No. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I know you said you were gonna look at the this is James. What the fuck is the word?
The course.
Thank you.
Like,
God. I know you said you were gonna take a look at the course. Any progress on that?
Not as yet this morning.
Right, well, just let me know. Probably gonna start getting my things together today, just to be ready, so...
Right. Yeah. Okay. Kind of like shifts himself off the table again, takes the piece of like orange peel off your plate and like drops it in the trash as they leave the room.
I think the minute Tennant is out of the room, Rose like lets out a breath and like cups her head in her hands and it's just like, okay, alright, okay. Yeah, we can do this. This is fine. This is gonna be fine. We're gonna leave and it's gonna be fine and I can push. I'm good at starting fights. And I think honestly spends most of this day hiding from Tennant. Like I don't know if you want to like roll d20s to see how successful that is, or
Okay, it's a pretty small ship, but you can certainly try.
It is a pretty fucking small ship. I rolled a 4, so not well.
I rolled a 13, so I think
Rose. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I think you could tell that you're trying to avoid him,
Mm-hmm.
and I think for most of the morning he respects that. He's kind of, you know, you've spent almost 7 weeks on a ship together.
Mm-hmm.
He's aware of your mood swings and it's kind of like bad night's sleep. She's feeling, you know, probably the same way he is, pretty shitty about having to part ways, and it's but maybe if he gives her some space she'll come back around. So he kind of patiently keeps his distance for the morning, does as she asks, and make sure that the coordinates to their location are on track. And then I think as the sun starts to like dip in the sky again, he finds you wherever you are.
I think you find Rose down in the hold, actually for the first time in this whole journey. And I think she's got her violin kind of in one hand and is like cleaning the strings and retuning it. And it's just kind of like very clearly like muscle memory, and their eyes are far off a little bit, and then looks up at you and goes, "Oh God, you scared me." Hi.
Sorry.
It's fine.
What are you doing down here?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Something with your violin.
Yeah. Did you need something? Or...
Oh no, I was just wondering if you were gonna serenade me.
Wasn't planning on it.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
I took a look at the coordinates. We are on track. We should be there in a few days.
Great. And I think even with their very good skill at lying, I think you can see that almost makes her feel worse. It's just like her shoulders get tenser. Their like brows get tighter. Great. Thank you for that.
That's what you want me to do, right? This morning,
I mean, you know, we're both doing what we have to do, so It's fine. I don't know what you want me to say.
I don't know, Rose. Why are you suddenly avoiding me? Did I do something wrong?
Not avoiding you. I'm just, I'm not following you around like a puppy anymore. Just trying to get ready to leave and do my thing, and I just don't know what you want me to say.
That's fine, but you could be a little bit less pissy about it.
I'm not pissy. Well, okay, yeah, now I'm pissy, but I just, it was made very clear to me in our conversation that we are nearing the end of whatever this has been, and it's been nice and great, but we can't linger in it any longer than we have to, so might as well clean break, right? That's what we talked about.
That's what you said, clean break. That's what you said.
Is that not what you wanted? I mean, you didn't say anything, so...
What was I supposed to say, Rose? We made a deal. This is what you asked for.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever fey magic you did in your bedroom that night, I have to uphold my end of the deal. That's the whole point.
Yeah. No, it's fine. We're doing what we are supposed to do, and that's fine. And I just, I don't know what you want me to say about it. Like, thank you for upholding your end of the bargain.
Okay, what about your end of the bargain, Rose? Because I ain't seen any fey contract magic other than and then does this and these like black rose petals like burst from their hand. Apart from that,
not for lack of trying.
Okay.
What do you want me to do? Write you an instruction manual? I mean,
I don't know.
I said I would teach you fey magic. I did teach you fey magic. What? Do you want your money? Is that it?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I mean, if we're settling debts, might as well get it all up. And I think kind of like stands and like storms past you, probably pushing a little bit into the room, and disappears in the captain's quarters for a minute or two. Okay.
No, I think he's just like, just bewildered and like feeling like hot and like he doesn't know why you've suddenly done this U-turn. He doesn't understand.
Sorry, I'm telling Snail it's still going because I didn't want them to pop in. I think after like you kind of hear like rummaging in the captain's quarters, and after a moment, just this like big sack of money goes flying through the air at your feet. Actually, let me see how well does she throw. That's actually pretty good considering her strength is a -2.
I'm gonna do a dex check to like avoid being fucking hit in the face with this thing. God, this dice is so hard to read. What does that say? Oh, it's a 18.
18? Yeah, I think you catch it because I got a 17. So
yeah, I don't think Tennant goes to catch it. I think he just sees this thing like whizzing towards his face and just like ducks at the last minute, and it just like hits the deck.
There!
He's like,
is that what you wanted?
What the fuck? What?
That's your money. We're even now. So...
Oh, we're even now.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
No, you're right, because I'm not in the Empire yet. So we will be when I get there. Which I... with your skilled captaining, I'm sure we'll be very soon. So...
Hank picks up this, like, bag of, like, money and jewels and is like, this is what you think I want.
It was my end of the deal, wasn't it? I don't know what else you could possibly want, Tennant.
Just, like, drops the money again. What's your fucking problem? I've been very nice to you this entire time.
No, you've been a wonderful friend and business partner, Tennant, and I am grateful to you for that.
What more can I have done here, Rose? I don't understand what I've done wrong.
Nothing. We're both going after what we want. So...
The contract magic, that was part of the deal.
I said I would teach you fair magic.
No,
Tennant,
Rose.
that's the words I said in that deal were I would teach you Fey magic. I chose them on purpose. Okay? That's what I am. That's what we are. Careful wordsmiths. That's why people get fucked in Fey deals all the time. That's the whole point of them. And in a way, isn't that kind of a lesson on its own? I've taught you the magic that I can. I mean, I can't... I don't know what else I've tried to teach you. I've tried.
He, like, a dark look like, kind of like crosses his face. Probably the first of its kind that you've kind of seen on him.
Mm-hmm.
And he turns around and he goes to the bow of the ship and he wrenches the wheel and the whole ship like lurches again and the wheel just like he releases something and the wheel is just spinning and the entire like ship is doing an entire U-turn.
Oh. I think Rose, like, stumbles into this door frame because was not expecting that.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's, like, righted itself, comes storming up to you and goes, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I'm turning the fucking ship around.
To go where?
You have not held up your end of the deal. You said so yourself. You never had any intention of fulfilling it. So, what? You want me to fucking kidnap you for real? Because I will, Rose. Don't fuck with me. I will take you away, and you won't ever go back to the Everglen again.
Wow.
Is that what you want?
There you are.
There I am.
Wow.
I'm not your fucking taxi driver, Rose.
You're not my anything, it seems. I don't know what it is that you want from me. I have upheld the deal that I made. Even if it wasn't what you intended the deal to be, it's what it was, and that's not... It's how these things are. Captain. But please, by all means, do whatever it is that you want.
I will.
What?
Turns around.
You may come from a big, scary family. So do I. You shouldn't fuck with me either. Because I will make you regret it. Storms across the deck. And it slams the door to the captain's quarters. I think stays in there. Like, for the rest of the week, stays in there. Also locks the door this time.
Ugh. I think that night, Tennant sits on the bow of the ship, legs hanging over the railings, and he's got this like big purse of money in their hand. And he takes each piece of gold, each jewel, and he just skims it over the clouds and watches each piece tumble over the edge of the ship and into the astral sea. And once the bag is empty, he throws that overboard too. And then just grabs the wheel of the ship and turns it, and the course rights itself.
Yeah. Even feeling that, Rose does not come out. Days.
I think that's how the next few days pass.
Yeah.
He stays well out of her way. I don't know if Rose ever comes out.
Not for the rest of the week. I think stays in, and behind closed doors is just like packing and sobbing and staring into space and packing some more and just kind of trying to come to terms with the person that they came to know and the other side of him that she just met. And trying to understand how they're the same person and how somehow that doesn't change her feelings for him. And just kind of reflects on everything until I think the next week. And
he
Tennant
leaves like plates of food outside your door.
I think they get taken in, but you never see when.
Yeah.
Just they're there, they're gone, empty plate outside.
Yeah.
But I think this continues for a couple days until where's Tennant sleeping on the ship now? Is he back on the roof?
I think even that is like too close in proximity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he spends his nights up in the crow's nest.
I think after like probably honestly like 4 days of not seeing Rose at all, I think Tennant wakes up one morning out of nowhere to the sound of violin, but like purposely bad violin. Just like it'll be fine and then it'll screech, but Tennant knows Rose enough to know she is a good enough player to not do that unless it's on purpose. And yeah, that's what he hears.
Yeah, I think he wakes up with a heavy wince and like looks over the edge of the crow's nest. She's just on the deck playing the violin.
Not only is she on the deck, but I think from this angle what would catch Tennant's eye first is the fact that their hair is golden. There are no flowers. It is just this... Wait. Can you hear my clock through the mic? Cool. I will take that again in a minute. I think what Tennant notices first is that their hair has become this like wheat golden color. There's no flowers, but it kind of like catches the light a little bit. And she is standing directly like underneath where the crow's nest is, like right up against the mast. Very clearly, not looking up, but very clearly doing this on purpose. As Rose has shifted seasons into summer from spring.
I think seeing that from like up in the crow's nest, he kind of like withdraws again and like takes a few minutes to like process and like let the worst of their like immediate surge of emotion become more manageable. But it's really fucking hard because this fucking music is driving him insane, and then eventually he just swings a leg over and like fucking abseils down this mast and just lands heavily on the deck.
I'm gonna roll to see if she can keep herself from flinching at that. Yeah, she does. You don't see any change. Still has like her back to you. She's playing. But I think when you land, they give like a very poignant, like directed screech on one of the strings, and then just keeps playing. Just swing a little bit.
Not very good, are you?
Oh, good morning, darling. I was wondering when you might rejoin the land of the living, and kind of turns to face you, and there's just a calculated, like, I mean, Tennant has never seen Rose at court, but, like, I think if he imagined what that would look like, it's this. It's just this blank, like, unbothered expression. Good morning. I thought it's been a couple days. I thought I'd come in to check and see if you were kidnapping me after all.
I think he, like, just stares at this image of you, and I think, like, he hates the feeling of seeing you for the first time, and that if their very first deal was just a lie and a calculated one, then how does he know that all of the changes after that were not so calculated? And what do these, like, season changes even mean? And he's just filled with, like, so much, like, hurt and anger. And he didn't say anything, but he walks very pointedly towards you. And he reaches and just snatches this violin out of your hand and throws it overboard.
I think Rose is not expecting this, so like I'm not even gonna roll against it because I think Rose was so ready for him to like yell at her, for like them to have a conversation, that snatching has caught her so off guard that like even the mask dropped from it and she's like, "What are you? Hey, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong with you?"
He says nothing. But he just turns around and stands by the wheel.
I mean, I think she just watches the violin fade. So what's the verdict then? We're going back to your mysterious planet that you've told me nothing about, to your family that you've told me nothing about.
Silence. Stonewalled.
Wow. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Childish of you. The silent treatment, really? I mean, if you're gonna kidnap me, the least you can do is tell me.
He like tips the wheel a bit and the boat lurches in an effort to just get you to stumble.
She does not.
That's all he does.
You were something else, aren't you? So was the whole thing a lie? All of it?
Oh. This makes him turn around. I'm the liar.
You tell me.
This whole thing began with you lying.
No, this whole thing began with you trying to kidnap
fucking listen
me,
to me.
Tennant.
No, I have been
Why did you not
honest
crawl through your
about my
window?
intentions the entire fucking
Not
time.
anything.
What have I not been honest about? Name one thing.
You know, I'm gonna let you figure it out on your own. Because either you're lying to me now, in which case I will not play this game, or you genuinely don't know, and that's so sad that I'd rather let you sit in that. Either way,
you have nothing to say, Rose.
You're right. I have nothing to say. Not to you. Other than I thought I knew who you were. And you very clearly showed me who you are the other night. And you know, I was a fool for thinking otherwise. And that's on me. But you are a good con man. You are. Really, they should give you an award for the performance that you put on. Bravo. So was the story made up too? One of pirates?
No.
Oh, one truth then. Wonderful. Look, I will leave you alone. You just tell me where we're going.
You'll find out when we get there.
It's not good enough, Ten.
I don't fucking work for you anymore.
Well, then I'd like my money back.
I don't have it.
Spend it already.
You're not getting it back.
Right. Then I expect to be taken from the point that we agreed upon. Sad fuss.
Turns around. If you look over there, you will see our destination. Your Highness.
I think Rose walks over to the side, fully expecting to see some fucked up planet, because she doesn't know where he's from, just anything, and then sees the Elliot Empire and stops. Oh. Right, good. Glad to hear it. That wasn't so difficult, was it?
I think if you look, he's not looking at you, he's just stone-faced. looking at this like point on the horizon, this like dark mass.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks fucking sad.
I think Rose kind of catches this expression. And there's like so clearly this instinct that I think if he was looking at her, they would see it. This instinct to walk over and close the distance and fix it. But she doesn't. She doesn't say anything. She just kind of stands there staring at the Elyik Empire approaching. Doesn't move. I think the part of Rose that kind of burns now with this summer heat just keeps saying it's better this way. It's easier this way. It's cleaner this way. Let it be. And I think Rose, I mean, I don't know how far they are from the dock. I imagine probably pretty close, but I think that they just kind of
It's far enough from the horizon that it's gonna at least take them the rest of the day to get there.
Okay.
It's just the Empire is so huge that like from a very far away distance you can see it.
Okay. I think after like probably 10 minutes of silence, if Tennant hasn't moved or said anything, she kind of just well, I'm glad you figured out what you wanted, which seems is to be rid of me in this moment, but still I'm proud of you. Good for you.
There's just cold, and Tennant, you know, is not a cold person. Everything about them is made of like fire and heat, but even like this fire that lives in his eyes is just doesn't look like it's there anymore.
I think Rose, without a word, turns on her heel and walks back in the captain's quarters, because the look of that is so heartbreaking. She has to go somewhere else, or else he'll see it. And just packs the rest of their things. And I don't think the door is closed and locked that night. I think it's a little bit ajar. Mostly because Rose wanted to hear what was going on the deck. But I think she just packs her things, gets into bed, goes to sleep. Yeah.
I think that final night, as they approach and as they get closer and closer to this like hulking mass of planets, it gets so cold. Like the air is just frigid, and it doesn't even feel like the astral sea, what used to be this like bright and glittering thing that they sailed over, is now just like dark and swarming. And it's a coldness that's like the absence of everything. It's not a wind, it's not a frost. It's just the absence of any kind of love. And it's so chilling to Tennant, and he feels so sick with it as he kind of stands on the deck trying to steer this ship into this place he hates. But he cannot stand it anymore, and in the early hours of the morning he slips into the chambers and stares at like your sleeping form in the bed for a while, and then kind of takes a blanket from the end of the bed and like wraps it around themselves and sits in the window seat.
I think once Tennant, I think Rose is awake enough to hear Tennant come in, but doesn't move. And kind of like once they've settled in to this window seat, opens her eyes just enough to kind of like memorize the outline of like Tennant's silhouette in the window seat, backlit by like starlight, even if it is dimming starlight as they near the Empire, and just kind of memorizes that as like something to put in that little spot, that hollow spot in her chest for the foreseeable future. That's the last little piece of him that she, as far as they know, will ever have. And I think the next time we find them is standing on a not super busy, but I mean, by all means, beautiful dock in the Elegant Empire. Ship docked, Rose kind of carrying their things out, just kind of.
Tennant does go to like hesitates, but steels himself against it, and like helps you with your bags, like carries.
She doesn't fight it.
Carries them down the dock to you.
And I don't think Rose says anything until, like, the moment has come to walk away. And instead just kind of, like, back to the Elegant Empire, kind of stares at you for a minute with that same kind of blank expression. Takes a breath. And a little bit of it fades, so you can catch just the faintest glimmer of the sadness that is there. And I think against her better judgment, she says, "We're never going to see each other again, are we? This is it."
You certainly made sure of that. And it's like, there is so much pain in his voice because he's looking at you, and you are outlined by this city, this place that you just don't fit in against. Even in summer, you are so vibrant. And it just hurts to look at, and he can't even, like, meet your eye. His eyes keep kind of darting all over your face and, like, to the ground, and is just...
I think Rose kind of, like, hears that and, like, just this sad kind of little laugh, the sad smile. "Yeah, I did. I did." Well, I suppose you're off then. Go figure out what it is that you want.
I hope you can be happy here.
Thank you. I hope you find what you're looking for, whatever that is.
Yeah, whatever that is.
And I think in this moment, Rose kind of holds out a hand. No trick deals this time, I promise. Just a goodbye.
He looks at this hand. And he just holds your face, and he kisses you on the forehead, and then his hands withdraw, and he's gone. You don't even catch sight of his face as he pulls away because it's so quick, and his back is turned to you, and he's walking back to the ship.
I think Rose had, like, just reached up to, like, hold his wrists and had closed her eyes at the action, so much so that, like, by the time she realizes there's nothing but air there and opens her eyes, all she can see is your back. And just stands there, surrounded by, luggage and bags, and just watches every step that Tennant takes down the dock, up on the ship, and watches the sails come down, and watches the ship fade away. And only until it is a speck on the horizon through the kind of rippling silver pool do they kind of gather their things and wipe a little bit of a tear away and head off into whatever awaits them in the Ionic Empire.
So, as we wrap up the beginning of this story, pirate or not pirate and princess go their separate ways. Roisin of the Oaks is swallowed by the oppressive mass of the Empire, but she does not drown, and instead manages to find companionship in someone new, but equally hungry for power. And Tennant returns to their home in the Shadow System upon Dorithium very late, and still equally as clueless as to what he wants. And this combination means that the tensions in his family reach boiling point, and eventually he abandons his place with them, if only to figure out finally what it is he thinks he wants, but a large part of him feels that he already lost it. And 6 months go by, and Rose and Tennant are separated by this endless astral ocean. But fate had sent them on a collision course towards each other once before, and it appeared that their will was not to be tested again. These 6 months go by until Rose and Tennant find themselves victims of destiny once more. And their goodbye ends up being short-lived and comes to an end in a dark cell in the depths of a deadly arena. And as they both look up, and these orange eyes meet green once more, united in equal amounts of fear for an uncertain future, one thing is true above all else: that when one thing ends, another must begin. And so today's ending is not really an ending at all, but a not so unfamiliar beginning, as Rose and Tennant find themselves in the ant farm. And that's where we're gonna end.
Thank you all so much for joining us on this. If for some reason this is your very first experience with our channel, there is an ant farm campaign. If you want to watch these two idiots come back together, figure out all their shit, fall in love again, and then you can find the third chapter of our story in our Gothic horror campaign, Tales from Beyond Crow Lane, every Sunday. Oh, I had so much fun. I'm so sad now, but it's okay.
God, I have to know that they're okay.
Married, so it's fine.
It's fine. I'm gonna need so much therapy after this.
Yeah. We're gonna have to work in a little fluff moment. I mean, for you guys, it'll be a different Sunday, but it's okay. For us, it's a different. Yeah. Thank you all so much for joining us. Don't forget to check out our Patreon. It's very good.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to say before we go?
Thanks, guys, for loving these two idiots so much that we ended up having, enough reason to do an entire origin story of their meeting. I hope you enjoyed it.
And who knows? Maybe in the future, we'll take a peek at other little time skips. And who's
very
to say?
true.
Not me. I'm just here.
If you want to see those, you are just going to have to support us on Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
But this one you can have for free.
Yeah. Because we love you. Okay.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, and see you soon. Bye.
Bye.